is here. Is there a lamb? Cat? Good morning. It's scary. Yes. Good morning. Sorry, I was Alright,
Enough of that. Sorry, I was a long while on the starting Suna screen. I opened the game and I forgot I logged off like right beside some enemies, so I got ambushed into a battle. So I was clearing that, and it didn't take me that long. But then I was looking for something, so then I can like a safe spot to be there once we. Hey Lam, thank you for subscribing. And thanks again, Anon, for the gifted stuff. Thank you, Anon, for continuously gifting subs to Lamp. But yeah, that's why it took me a while. And also I was setting up like right before a stream because again my sister got a ride to work, so I didn't have to wake up and drive her, so I got to sleep in again. Yay! I love weekends when I get to sleep in, they're so rare. Reggie was not happy about it though. She was like meowing and she will jump on the bed and like just look at me and then jump off. But eventually I did get up and I fed her. You got into her business time. Yeah. A stinky Sunday, yay! I mean, Sundays are always stinky now because I probably stick to like starting early and ending early, so I have stuff to do. So if I shower, it will be after stream. So streams will be stinky. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thank you, son. But anyway, with that said, I don't have as much time today since I was sleeping in, so I didn't do any of the stuff that I sometimes do out before a stream. Like changing bed sheets and whatnot. And also, you know, as I said, I need to have lunch and be ready to go get my sister. So let's just jump into the story, shall we? Let's go right away. So this is where we are. This is where I chose to be. See, there's a dialogue here that I forgot to read last time. The observation deck with breathtaking views. You can almost see the entire dream's edge at a glance. It's not an easy place to find. The person who introduced it to you truly values your friendship by sharing this view. You think back to the times you spent with her, all those cherished memories. But the one you'll never forget was the complex whirl of emotions when she first revealed her true identity to you. Was her past identity all just a ruse? Were those tears when she got stabbed all just an act? Is that being, that thing which fought while being covered in heated flames, who she really is? Doubt and confusion leave you discombobulated. After all, the line between what's real and what falls in this dreamscape is far more blurred than it seems. Gazing up at those tall towers before you, you lose yourself deep in contemplation. Reminds you of a certain scene in GGC? Oh, I haven't played GGC, so I wouldn't know. I know there's like a lot of Honkai Impact Third references from Acheron, so I'm looking forward to those. Even though I probably won't get more of them since I haven't finished Honkai Impact Third. Anyway, missions. I was doing Golden Gears, but let's go back here. Wait, let me actually read what the thing says. Damn sparkle, please. There you go. Sparkle. Just for you. The Public Enemy. See what Welt has to say. All related parties present have reached a consensus to eliminate the Stellaron. The righteous and upstanding Halovian siblings have even expressed willingness to utilize their identities to seek out a resolution from inside the family itself. Though things seem to be developing satisfactorily, Welt still has some doubts. Go and see his views on the matter. The creature. Oh, so nobody told me the game was muted. I hate you guys. So now you can hear the music. Look at this child. I hear you. I'm here to watch the shooting stars. As for the couples who are here to watch the shooting stars, I just happen to have had a quick look. That's right, just a quick look. I shall not interrupt. Alright, sure. But yeah, now let's go here and talk to Welt.
Everyone, let's gather over here. We still need to make some preparations.
This trash can is perfect for me, and perfectly legal for me to stay in.
I am still shocked by that little guy in the trash can. That trash can is perfect for him. And it's perfectly legal for him to be in there. Alright, Mr. Welt, what do you want? Tell me your secrets.
I may have been quick to step up to the plate, but confronting the Dream Master could be a very dangerous affair.
Nah, she'll be fine.
Huh? Even you're saying that, Mr. Yang? How powerful is that Dream Master?
He's the leader of the families of Penacony, and he has the entire power of the Harmony behind him.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Imagine the Stellaron in his possession. We must proceed with great caution.
It'll be fine.
Maybe you can just stay behind this time, Mr. Yang?
They're calling you old. She's calling you old. Are you gonna take that?
No, that won't do. Even if we count Robin as an ally, something felt off about Mr. Sunday just now. Although I can't quite put my finger on it. I have to make sure he won't turn against us when things start to get dicey. You're still carrying the keepsake the IPC envoy gave you, right? May I borrow it for a moment?
Oh yeah, right. I still have this thing. That Aventurine gave me.
Huh. I knew it.
What do you need it? What is it?
As I suspected, this chip Aventurine gave to you is actually a miniature transmitter.
Ah, he's more of a Mr. Monday now, Aizuni.
If I'm right, he intends to use it to track your location or contact you when needed. As it so happens, this may actually be of some use in the current situation.
You mean when he's out of the big black hole thing?
Aventurine? Is he still alive? And what does he have to do with our mission to confront the Dream Master?
Remember what I said earlier? Working with the IPC is a way to keep the family in check. If negotiations go south and the family show their true colors by going after the Stellaron, I'll use this transmitter to send a message to the IPC. It'll be just the opportunity the IPC ambassador was hoping for. The only question mark in all of this is Venturine's current status. But the IPC is always listening, especially senior strategic investment department heads like him. Getting the message across shouldn't be a problem.
No, keep him in the hole. That hole was made for him.
Good luck to you, Welt.
Well, you take care too. If anything goes wrong, don't worry about me. Just make sure to seal the Stellaron.
Well, it's just like, don't worry, I've been in war situations.
Spoken like a true hero. Even if the Dream Master is innocent, the family's corruption runs deep. I won't make the same mistake Mikhail did. Let's wish him the best of luck.
It's, the command is GG, Sonny. Pretty sure it was GG.
Don't you have something else to tell us, Gallagher?
I think. Yeah.
Why would you say so?
Before we departed, the conductor asked us to inquire about the 3 nameless in Penacony. We've already collected intel about Rosalina and Tiernan, so the only one left is legwork. If I'm not mistaken, we've already met him somewhere, haven't we?
He's alive?
It's not enough to say meet, but the answer is pretty obvious. After all, I've hinted at it in quite an evident way.
Have you?
I've been watching over you ever since I received the reply from the Astral Express. And I've seen the great effort you all put into linking different realms together across the cosmos. And now, after getting this far all in one piece, you have truly proven yourselves. Miss Himiko, were you the one who repaired the Express and got it sailing through the cosmos again?
Yes.
And you two, young Nameless, you have very interesting life stories and extraordinary skills.
He says that to the 2 people with amnesia. Thank you, I guess. My reputation precedes me. Believe in the galactic baseballer.
What? Hey, you can't just make up titles like that.
You're full of energy. Please send my regards to the conductor, Pom Pom. Please let them know that their friend had fond memories from his time aboard the Express, which he reminisced on every time he had a good drink.
I'm sure I'm not sus at all the flattery, I know, right?
As for the last Nameless, he embarked, disembarked, and embarked again, traveling in a great circle, ending up back where he started. On his deathbed, he told me to find the Astral Express and deliver an invitation to the future Nameless. He left behind a special gift, a true legacy. Something that belongs only to the successors of the Trailblaze.
Give it to me?
Come with me. Now is the time to reveal it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Where are we going? Oh, right there. Okay. In the grave?
Back here again.
Sometimes I feel like you're still alive, old friend. Like you've still got so much to say and do. I've kept my promise. Brought the future Trailblazers you've waited so long for. I don't know why you were so obsessed with that train. But I remember your last words. Don't let us down, old man.
Hello? Hey, yo?
What's happening?
Where are we going? Hey, yo!
Go ahead. His resting place lies in the garden up ahead.
You're taking us to church, oh no! No!
The first and last nameless of Penacony. Mikhail Char Legward, the watchmaker.
Oh. Okay. I see. Just ignore me busting up all the balloons. So many balloons just looking at chest. Now that's a grave. Are we gonna have to fight? Probably. Oh, it's fine, I guess. Hello, sir. Beneath the sea surface of Memory Zone, in a garden closest to the full moon and the water, an elderly man rests on a recliner, enveloped in utter silence. The watchmaker, Mikhail Char Legward, has passed into that endless, timeless dream, where no sound could ever awaken him.
Sure enough, the watchmaker is the third nameless. Even I could guess that one.
It's the hat.
The legacy he left behind was a dream bubble. I believe inside that bubble, there's something that holds meaning only for the nameless. After all, when I checked its contents, I found nothing inside. Maybe some trailblaze runes? Even more mysterious than me.
Well, let's have a look.
As the word ceases, he makes a nod ever so slightly in your direction. You take a deep breath, steady your mind, and turn your gaze towards the watchmaker. Touch the dream bubble in Mikhail's hand. You press your hands against the dream bubble, and the thick, viscous memoria converges under strain. Then it stretches outward from your fingertips. As if weaving a delicate web, it gently cradles your palm. A chill travels from your fingertips, carrying with it a myriad of vibrant and intertwined memories, as experience will suggest. But this time, you see nothing at all. Why was enigmatic listed over mysterious? This game, I mean, Hoyo games in general, at least Genshin. I can't remember if CCC does it. I haven't seen it in Honkai Impact yet, from what I remember. But in this game, sometimes they will put like little words over other words because they will like be a reference to something. I don't know if that's in the original Chinese. Oh, thank you for the roguelike. Let me go get that. I don't have the thing here, I think. While I explain. You know, I don't have it. But yeah, when they're like a reference to something else, you could say. So in here, you know, he said like, oh, something more mysterious than me, and it showed up as enigmatic above because he follows the path of enigmata. which is basically the path of spreading misinformation in the internet. So they'll do stuff like that all the time. Overlays. Where do I have it? Roguelike, roguelike. Roguelike. Copy URL. Browser source. Roguelike. Roguelike. Use roguelike. Okay. Look at my OBS source. Oh no, I need to change the dimensions. Hide. A square maybe? There we go. Yum. Look at this roulette. I put it in the center of it all. And now let's spin it. Let me spin it again. I can't see. Also, why do I have that there? The company game is one of the horror games. I need to fix that. Hades! Oh man. Alright. Need to add Hades. Might restart it. I don't know. I love Hades. I love Hades, but also I hate Hades. I don't know if you've seen me talking about it with Maple. I'm pretty much in the same thing as her. Just thinking time for Hades 2. I don't have Hades 2 though. I don't think I have. I enjoy Hades. But I mean, I'm not a roguelite person. So the fact that it's so interesting, that is, you know, I love the characters and the story, but I'm not really a roguelite person, just makes me kind of avoid it most of the time. Because you have to clear it like 13 times to get the true ending. 10? That is still a lot. I could never get past the 3rd floor. No, the 3rd area, I think it is. No, not Elysium. No, it's the area with the Hydra at the end, like the bone Hydra. The 2nd area, maybe. So yeah, that's why I don't. I mean, I don't have Hades 2, and I have no plans of buying it. even though I like to. But yes, once you get the hit system, one of the options you have is to make each boss fight harder. No, thank you. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking for that, since it's like a redeem, it's a one-time thing. When it gets redeemed, I wonder if I should restart it or just like pick it up where I left off. It actually changes the fight, and the Elysium fight change is hilarious. But yeah, think about it when I get to that. I have 3 games now that I need to on my pending list for redeems. I need to see when I can do that. And I will say is, what if we gave an asshole a minigun? Oh no. I don't like that. I don't like how that sounds. But yeah, that's just my personal beef with Adas because I'm bad at roguelites. But it's one of those games, you know, I love the art, I love the music, I love the characters, I love the story. But it just makes me kind of salty because I will never clear it. Like, not even once. Like, I know I will never do it. Anyway, back to the Honkers that are do be hitting. Yeah, the art is so good. The art is so good. But yeah, I looked up at the... I watched a playthrough, I think, I remember, that had like the first ending because I wanted to see how it ended. And then I realized that it's like, oh, now you're back at the beginning. And I was like, oh, that's great. I might look up the true ending. All right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but this time you see nothing at all. Try to focus and capture memories. The dream bubble is clearly extraordinary. Perhaps the approach was wrong, you think, holding your breath and closing your eyes. With one knee on the ground, you press your forehead against a thin film coated in memoria. Yet, before you, there remains an abyss of darkness. No crimson sun descending upon snow-capped mountains, no gentle laughter, no twinkling stars, no echoes of swords clashing, and most of all, no traces of trailblaze. There is nothing, and nothing is there. Indubitably, this is but an empty dream bubble.
Wait, what's going on? Seriously? There's nothing inside this dream bubble?
Do something, Himeko.
How could a dream bubble be empty?
Just as I suspected. That old man always had this strange belief in the nameless and the trailblaze. And I never understood where he got that confidence from. Especially since he never managed to get in touch with the Express while he was alive. I could never figure out what was going on in that old man's head. But this empty dream bubble is so typical of him. He was always full of weird fantasies and incomprehensible romanticism. That mischievous old man. Well, I didn't expect him to leave anything concrete behind anyway.
Don't think that's the case, Gallagher. I'm sure Mikhail has left us the most precious thing of all.
Beard located.
Don't start getting all philosophical on me, all right?
Shut up.
Just as Mikhail believes in the nameless of the future, we unconditionally believe in the nameless of the past. How could they leave with regrets for the future when they were ready to dedicate their lives to the land they loved? There must be something contained in this dream bubble. It's just we haven't figured it out yet. You also have faith in the Watchmaker, don't you, Gallagher?
Well, I'm a follower of the Enigmata. My philosophy forbids me to have faith in anything. That's why I understand what faith means in the path of Trailblaze. And I also want to know what he left behind. I'll leave it to you guys then.
Can I borrow your pet? I need to make a trip back to Golden Hour and check something at the Dreamscape sales store.
Dormancy. You wanna get stabbed, Himeko?
It's for Mikhail, and for the future of Penacony.
Switching to Boot Hills POB? 10 system
Welcome to the
hours.
Reverie Hotel. How may I help you?
10 system hours into the Charmony Festival.
Greetings. We're the Nameless from the Astral Express, and we'd like to check in.
The Astral Express? But I thought...
Yes, my companion's already checked in. My name is Dan Hung, and I believe my personal information is recorded in your system.
I see, but your companion said you wouldn't be coming due to a change of plans.
Now the plans have changed again.
And you are...
Me? I'm Pom Pom, a new Nameless who's also with the Astral Express.
Yay, Pom Pom.
He's my fellow trailblazer. We responded to the family's invitation before he boarded the express, so he wasn't registered in your system. Is it possible to accommodate him as well?
Indistinguishable, honestly. They look exactly the same.
Oh, I see. Another one of the Nameless had a similar situation. Seems like a lot of people are joining the Trailblaze these days. Since there's a precedent, it shouldn't be a problem. Just give me a second to contact your companions.
Did Pom Pom cut his hair? Yeah, I know, right? They're looking different.
I'm sorry, dear guests, but it seems I'm unable to reach the other members of the Astral Express.
What do you mean by unable to reach them?
My apologies. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. However, the system indicates that those guests are still in the dreamscape.
He really let his ears down.
How about this? Give me their room number, and we'll go check on them ourselves.
I'm afraid that's not possible. I need to verify both of your identities before I can share any guest information.
How about you just wake up someone? Let's say, Welt?
Fair.
I'm sorry, but there are strict rules regarding forced awakening. It cannot be done without the proper clearance.
So nothing works, huh? What's your solution then? Are you saying we sleep here? At the reception?
Please be patient. We need to contact your companions in order to confirm your identities.
And now it seems you need to confirm our identities before you can contact our companions.
It seems so.
Oh, fudge. Look, nothing personal, but if you can't handle this, go find someone else who can, okay?
Come on, Boothill, don't be a Karen.
Please calm down, dear guests. I do recall that Mr. Sunday, the Oak family head, personally handled this issue earlier. Oh, please wait a moment while I contact him.
He's also
I
busy.
don't think she's trying to give us a hard time. She really just doesn't know what to do.
I have a bad feeling about this. You tried to contact them on the Express earlier, but they didn't respond.
Something doesn't seem right. I need to leave for a moment. You can stay here with the receptionist.
Sure thing. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Don Hung seems pretty worried about his companions. I should give him some space. Stressing out about it won't help anything.
So you can be nice. Did you just eat a bullet? Did you just eat a bullet? As one does. Wait. So you shoot from your arm too? Why do you even have a gun? answer me. Hey, Lou. He'd eat a bullet. Be rich in minerals, you know. There is one whose full name is one who finds bullets that he has not lost. Interesting. Let me see the achievement I got. He's a cyber robot thing. Maybe that's what he eats. Nice phone case, I think. Meet the first nameless in Penacony. Alright, Budhill, what are we doing? You're gonna go talk to some ladies? I'm gonna go talk to some ladies.
At my age, what's left for me to...
The Charmony Festival is about to start! I'm so excited!
Hey! You guys here for the Charmony Festival too?
Well, I didn't come all the way here specially for the festival. Honestly, I don't really even know what it's about. But I heard it's a lot of fun!
Budhill has no ass. Just realized.
Well, back in my home world, Anaria, we have festivals like that all the time. My dad threw me a birthday party one time that was just as extravagant as the Charmony Festival.
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, come on! The Charmony Festival is a once-in-an-Amber-era event. How can a birthday party compare?
It's where you can't wear assless chaps. Did they ever explain the head pom-pom? Pom-pom thing? No, they just have it because they're, I don't know. They were like, we need a race of small people, but, you know, have them have something distinct, I guess. And they added a pom-pom on their heads. There's a lot of memes about that. I mean, it's... Look at that man.
Well,
he has no cake.
Know, right? Maybe on her world, birthdays only happen once in Amber Era.
He's got no ass. Like, absolutely zero. Cakeless.
Anyway, let's forget about that. Have you heard about the, unsettling things happening in the dreamscape?
Unsettling things? What could possibly go wrong? It better not ruin the Charmony Festival! I've been looking forward to it!
Muggle children got it. I mean, yes and no, they're not children. They're like full-grown adults. L plus ratio plus cakeless plus males, yeah. Trailblazer, they took my ass, I can't shit.
Relax. With a big event like this, there's bound to be lots of gossip and rumors. Don't worry. If anything does happen, the family will be on top of it.
Oh, that's a relief. I didn't come all this way to see the festival go down the drain. Well, looks like I won't get any fudging clues out of these two. They're clueless.
Just as you're cakeless. Wait, can we... Man. They really did you dirty with the in the cake department, Budhill. Head of security.
Greetings. I'm Cody of the Bloodhound family, head of security for the hotel. How may I assist you?
Hello. So, there's something I wanted to ask about. I've been hearing some unsettling rumors about certain incidents that might affect the Charmony Festival. Do you think there's anything to be worried about? I've traveled all the way from the Hayaii Federation, and I don't want my trip to be ruined.
What do you mean?
Wait, you haven't heard?
I'm not sure where you heard those rumors. but they're completely baseless. I can assure you, as a representative of the Bloodhound family, that everything is going smoothly for the Charmony Festival.
Yeah, there was no, there was no giant blade cutting the dreamscape in half. That never happened.
At present, all of the families are focused on making sure the festival starts on time. Even the Dream Master himself has arrived. So don't worry, your trip won't be in vain.
That's a relief to hear.
Nothing is going wrong. It's fine.
She doesn't appear to be acting. So, it seems that even the hotel staff are out of the loop. Back already?
Hasn't she returned yet?
There was no blade in the sky in Basing said.
Nope. I'm starting to wonder. Sending her to contact Sunday was a good idea. Neither the staff nor the guests seem to know anything about what's happening in the dreamscape, and wherever we go, all we see is people enjoying themselves. Definitely not a good sign.
I agree. Another unusual thing is that the Oak family is supposed to be in charge of organizing the council and managing everything inside and outside the dreamscape. However, I walked around the hotel, but didn't meet a single member of the Oak family on such an important day.
Well, I'll be forked. If I remember correctly, the head of the Oak family is that Sunday guy, right?
We shouldn't linger here too long. Let's go back to the Express for now.
Not so fast. Have you ever robbed the IPC, bro?
What?
If you run away now, everyone will be chasing after you.
Have you ever robbed the IPC? Yeah, absolutely, of course. Who hasn't? Man really straining the surf filter. Yeah, I love that for him. It's so funny.
Suggesting we sit here and do nothing?
I wouldn't say do nothing, but let's stay put for now. Even if the family has ulterior motives, they couldn't have anticipated us showing up here. We're the surprise factor for them. They don't want to attract unwanted attention from certain outsiders, so they won't do anything reckless. See? The IPC lackeys are keeping a close eye on this hotel.
I'm not gonna lie, I like a lot of Boothill's design ideas, concepts, parts. I don't know. I feel like if they had put a bunch of those on a different character, I would just be dying on the floor. You like all the choices, just not the product. Yeah, it's not that I dislike him either. I'm just like, okay, he's fine. But I feel like they could have really made me go agooga if they had put some choices in a different product, in a different finished product. Like I really like the shark teeth, the eyes, the hair. It's alright. It's growing onto me a little. I am weak. I already admitted that I am weak to the robot abs, the robo abs. Zipper is just anime. I like the metal undertone on his voice. Like, he has a lot of great design ideas, but somehow I'm just like not that into the finished product, like he's great. Like, yeah, he's great, but I'm just not super into him. But I know, looking at some of the design choices, I know that I could be if he had been like different by the end. But Arle has cake? Yeah, exactly. She has cake. This man doesn't. Arle took all the cake. it's interesting, you know? Because I usually like male character design a lot in Hoyo games. And I'm not, again, I just feel that if they had tweaked some things, I mean, this is just personal opinion, you know, like personal pandering for me. I feel like they've done some stuff like differently. They would have made a character like catered for me personally, you know. They were so close, and I'm like, damn. Hey, Geyser, hello.
If I were a family member, I'd find an official excuse and keep the surprise factors here. If we just wait here, that would be like walking into their trap.
Like, for me personally, leaving the whole abdomen area uncovered, great. 10 out of 10.
Of course, we don't need to walk into their trap. I gave a backup plan to the memo keeper. If it turns out we won't be allowed to enter the dreamscape, she'll order a drink for me in the VIP lounge at the hotel. In reality,
A secret signal.
that's right.
I think for me, the ones specifically catered to me are Sparkle and Arlie, even color-wise. Like, even, like, full disclosure, our Latina, it's more of a thing that, like, it's not only her design, it's like the vibe she gives. You know, like, everything just comes together that I'm like, yes, 10 out of 10. But, like, design-wise alone, I'm like, you know, she's fine. But, like, you just add the type of character, you know, like the vibe she gives on top of that, and I'm just like, yes, greatness.
Oh, a concrete object can indeed help the memo keeper establish a connection with you. But Boot Hill, if you have more backup plans in the future, I hope you'll let me know in advance.
I'm sorry, but it's one of my quirks. I have too many unreliable friends. And if I reveal that I have backup plans, things can go awry. And that would leave all backup plans completely useless.
How do we get into the VIP lounge?
This is where my street smarts come into play.
He also has the Hoyo signature side open tied pants, because of course he does. Because no one has proper pants in this game. Alright, where are we going now? Legally mandated pants. With openings on the sides. Wait, I wanna look at his shoes. Logan. Man, I wish there was like a glass floor or something. I wanna look at his shoes. He had like bullet designs on his shoes or something. Ventilation. Yeah, he needs ventilation. He's a robot. Hey, Dennis!
You're the lobby manager, right?
Yes, I am. How may I assist you?
Oh, is that little hole on the back, on his lower back, the charge port thing that Hakuya was talking about last time?
We're the Nameless from the Astral Express. We wanted to check in, but there's something wrong with your system. The lady at the front desk said she would contact the manager, but now she's nowhere to be found. Now, we've been waiting here forever, without any food or water. What the fork, man? Is this how the family treats its guests?
What the fork, man? He's so silly.
Is this your idea of street smarts? Starting an altercation?
You're just being a Karen, man.
It's called standing up for your rights.
I apologize for the inconvenience. Please wait while we try to contact Mr. Sunday. I'll arrange 2 premium seats in the VIP lounge so you can rest there while you wait.
See? Just like that.
Just don't call yourself nameless next time.
Poor Dan Hang.
Wow, this bar's something else. Certainly worthy of the planet of festivities.
Look at all these people. Danny's just like, man, why am I stuck with this dude? Hello? Can I get a drink?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, I have an order for a bottle of Donna's White Oak. Can you help us find it?
Donna's White Oak? I think there might be a misunderstanding. We don't serve that here.
Oh, no way. Are you sure you're not mistaken?
If someone had reserved such a beverage, I would definitely remember it. It sells for hundreds of thousands of credits per bottle, after all. I couldn't afford to cover for such an item if it were broken or lost.
That's strange. Well, could it be that the memo keeper couldn't afford it?
Then what should we do now?
No need to rush. Well, let's grab some drinks first. Maybe I arrived too early and he hasn't come yet. Now, let's see what kind of juice malts you all have here. Well, give me a glass of Heenum Valley, 40 years. I'll have it neat. No ice.
Well, that's the most expensive one on the list. You have a taste for the finer things.
Yeah, was it like juice malts? What?
It's on the house, anyway.
What can I get for you?
Anything you recommend is fine.
Then I would recommend today's special, Glass Village. It's classic Soul Glad mixed with Laboom juice. It's refreshing and suits your cool demeanor. Just 1 minute.
I guess so it's not legally booze. Yeah, exactly. I guess it can be.
This flavor. Dynamite barbecue with rocket fuel. Ooh, really hits the spot. Truly the finest sherry cask-aged malt juice in the cosmos.
Dynamite barbecue with rocket fuel. Is that really something that humans enjoy?
I mean, he's not human, Danny.
Hey, this guy doesn't know anything at all.
As long as you're satisfied, dear guests, please enjoy.
Let's give the memo keeper another half system hour. If she doesn't show up, we'll need to come up with a new plan. In the meantime, let's take stock of the situation. What do you think?
The situation is unclear. Something must have happened on the planet of festivities, but the public is unaware of it. Someone in a position of power within the family must be covering it up. It's unusual for the followers of the Harmony to invite other factions, let alone the IPC and the Masked Fools. If what you said about the Emanator of the Nihility is true, the situation in Penacony is a little complicated, to say the least.
Understatement of the century there, Dan Hang.
Actually, there's something else I'm concerned about. Regarding Acheron.
Can people tell Danny's not human? Probably not.
As you know, the faction that follows the path of the hunt are some of the most dangerous folks in the cosmos to mess with. I mean, Who in their right mind would impersonate the Xianzhou Alliance or the Galaxy Rangers? It's like asking for a death wish. Isn't there a saying among the Xianzhou people that the Rainbow Sect lets their Lux Arrow do all the beating?
Talking. Do all the talking.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the same in this scenario.
Well, you know what I mean. Even though the Galaxy Rangers have been out of sight for years, we've been keeping an eye on this region. Even the dumbest criminals know better than to mess with the Annihilation Gang, much less the Rangers. But that Acheron lady, she doesn't seem like a lunatic at all. On the contrary, she's highly logical and organized. She knows exactly when to hold back and when to strike without mercy.
And you believe that someone like her would have an ulterior motive for impersonating a Galaxy Ranger?
I'm not entirely sure, but I do have my suspicions. Maybe she knows a Galaxy Ranger, or perhaps she's trying to lure us out for some reason, which I can't figure out.
Anyway, what worries me more are the anomalies within the family. They've summoned followers from various paths for the festival. No matter how generous such a gesture is, this move seems highly unusual. Unless the invitations weren't sent by them. If that's the case, it's even more intriguing that the family insists on organizing the Charmony Festival, despite the chaos.
Maybe it's Shipei the Harmony pulling the strings. You find it beyond human understanding because it wasn't arranged by humans at all. People do stupid things out of irrational impulses. They abandon their principles when self-interest is involved. They believe in things they know they shouldn't, and fudge, they even break their own laws.
Fudge! The way he says it is so funny.
But Eons don't. They stick to their determined path and never turn back, even if they reach a dead end.
You think Shipei's will is behind all this?
It may not necessarily be Shipei, but there's definitely some higher entity involved. I know it may sound pessimistic, but if human free will were reliable, why would we even need Galaxy Rangers? It's much simpler when you boil it down to the eons and paths. Like how Lon always follows the path of the hunt, or how the Express stays true to the Trailblaze despite Akavili's disappearance.
But in my opinion, Akavili's fall holds significance for the Nameless.
Oh, so you're saying the Nameless now have to take responsibility for their own choices because their absolutely right leader is gone?
Exactly. I believe the purpose of the journey isn't just about following a path that's always considered absolutely right. It's more about doing your best to choose the right path for yourself among countless possibilities, even with limited insight and judgment.
I don't know what you've been through, but I agree that people must take responsibility for their choices, because no one else can do it for them. That's why the Galaxy Rangers need to uncover the imposter and figure out her true intentions. Just in case. I have a backup plan if the Memo Keeper doesn't show up. This is my final backup plan. I promise.
Are you sure about that?
You sure have a lot of cards up your sleeve.
Well, going back to my old career would make things a lot easier. By the way, when you were walking around the hotel, did you happen to see any important-looking guests?
What's your plan?
It's simple. We just grab some hostages and use them as bargaining chips with the family. Or maybe we can even take their identities.
Sir?
No need for that. We'll return to the Express now.
Wait. Are you getting scared? Draw your weapon. Let's make a big scene.
Are you leaving, esteemed guests? Would you like to cancel that As Donna's White Oak you just ordered?
Huh? As Donna's White Oak? But didn't you just say...
Ha ha. Looks like you are a bit intoxicated, esteemed guests. You ordered a bottle of As Donna's White Oak just a moment ago.
Looks like your memo keeper friend has finally arrived.
Thank you, Laxan. Just in time.
Oh, right. Sorry, my memory's not the best. You know, too many modifications and all. Anyway, let me
Modifications?
check. Well, fork me. It says Donna's White Oak, all right. And there's a note. I'll be waiting for you on the Astral Express.
No mistake. That's her message to you. She knew the hotel wasn't safe, so she suggested we find another place.
Well, looks like we took a detour, but now it's back to the Astral Express. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
But what about the drink? Why did we come here to go home? So we...
Two guests just boarded saying they were looking for Boot Hill, so I told them to wait in the parlor car.
So we could see Boot Hill being a terrorist.
Oh, just in time.
Two guests?
Two guests?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, her too. Look, we welcome all passengers on the Astral Express, but sneaking in like that, you have no regard for etiquette.
Apologize now.
My apologies, conductor. It was an oversight on my part. I assumed you were already acquainted with the garden. Given the chaotic situation in Penacony, the Nameless are the only ones we can truly trust right now.
You are the memo keeper.
Pleased to meet you, Dan Hung. I've seen you in others' memories. And as for Boot Hill, this is our first face-to-face meeting. I hope you enjoyed that bottle of Astana's White Oak. You sure have a refined taste.
Finally, Memo Keeper. Well, let's cut to the chase. Spill everything you know.
Okay, but who's the other guest?
That's precisely what I intend to do. But before that, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Swan,
I knew
and
it.
I serve the Garden of Recollection as a memo keeper. As for Acheron's story, I'm sure she knows it better than I do.
Greetings. I'm Acheron.
I don't know why that killed me so much. So much tension, and then she just comments like greetings.
What? You Garden of Recollection shirtbag! You betrayed me!
Shirt bag.
I apologize, but she did that at my request. Due to certain reasons, I have been exiled by the family.
Reasons.
Thankfully, this memo keeper came to my aid and helped me escape their surveillance unnoticed.
I'm sure she did.
To be honest, it was more like stalking than helping. And the process was far from unnoticed. But we did escape.
I asked her to guide me to a place beyond the family's reach and to contact a few trustworthy individuals, namely all of you.
Trustworthy? Son of a nice lady. You think I'm dumb or something?
The son of a nice lady one always gets me. Son of a nice lady.
How about this? I'll put a few bullet holes in your head and see what secrets spill out. Then, we can talk about trust.
It doesn't have to be like that. I'm willing to answer all your questions, but not right now. If my cover hadn't been blown, we might have had more time, but at the moment, We don't have any other options.
No other options? What do you mean?
This is the only way I can ensure everyone's safety. I kindly request an immediate warp jump out of the Astana star system.
What? What?
This passenger is requesting...
As far as I can tell, she's not a threat and seems to be telling the truth.
I've briefly traveled with your companions and know their whereabouts, Dan Heng. Please rest assured, your nameless companions are safe, but they need our help.
But how are we gonna help them if we get out of the system? With Black Swan's help? Question mark?
As for Boot Hill, you may have guessed. I've been waiting for you. Galaxy Rangers are known for their elusive nature and limited contact with each other. So this was the only way I could reach out to you.
I love the pose for to shoot. He has to put like the other hand on his hip, on his belt.
Only by doing this can I find a true Galaxy Ranger and fulfill a long-standing promise. To return his relics to their rightful owner.
Oh?
Someone once told me that every rainfall is like a gift from the heavens, a sign of their mercy upon the world. Raindrops are said to be the tears of the gods, shed in response to the sorrows of the world. Their constant pouring is a reminder that the gods haven't abandoned us yet. So, how long has this rain been going on for?
I love that red thing she has.
I used to believe, just like you, that it would eventually stop. Years and decades passed. And in the end, such hope faded away before the rain did.
What are those arms? Don't worry about it.
Looks like the god you mentioned doesn't exist after all.
Here's decoration. They're coming out of the sea. Huh. As he spoke, the old man's gaze remained fixed on the distance. Amidst the fine drizzle of black rain, countless shadowy hands emerged from the sea, shrouded in an ethereal mist, reaching out towards the sky one by one.
Well, let me share a story with you. Mortals who walk the paths are like sailors on a vast ocean, leaving behind a trail that creates countless ripples of possibilities. These ripples last longer than the fleeting lifetimes of humans. And for some, their presence leaves such a strong mark that it's reflected in the waves.
Like those shadows on the ocean.
Sin-thirsters, the obsessions of the Pathstriders.
Oh.
They emerge from the depths of IX, seeing themselves as masters of their own destiny, unknowingly repeating the actions of their past lives. They emerge from the nihility and head toward it, leading purposeless lives. However, these hollow phantoms...
Is this a Dune reference? I don't know, is it? It may be, I don't know.
They were once my dear companions. A group of Galaxy Rangers.
Oh.
Are you watching over them?
Watching over them? No. I'm guiding them toward transcendence. It was a brutal war. A crusade that shook the universe. The universe witnessed the fall of Zulo, the Lord Ravager, but it came at a price. A price so hefty that only those who were there still remember.
IX is a planet that has a factions capital on it. Oh, okay. IX is the Eon of the Nihility. They have come up before.
The unwavering determination of the Hunt followers persists even in death. So someone must guide these lost souls to their life beyond. They were heroes in their time, and they shouldn't be reduced to mere puppets of nihility. As for me, I've suffered too many losses on that battlefield to advance any further. And that makes me the most fitting person to carry out this task.
But you know, these sin-thirsters, they're not who they used to be.
Does this seem pointless to you? Well, some tasks have to be done even if they are pointless.
I can help you.
For what?
For the meaning of the nihility. That's what I've been seeking.
I see. After all, this realm is off limits to ordinary souls, right? Thank you, stranger. I wish that you find what you seek.
Before we part ways, I have one more question. It is true that their actions and even their entire lives may seem pointless from our perspective. But if, and it's just an if this is what the departed ones expected, should we try to change it?
A good question. And a profound one. I don't know the answer. What I do know is that one day I too will pass away. And when I bid farewell to this world, someone will stand at my grave and place a bouquet of flowers on it.
Interesting. Oh, we're back to Robin's pub. But the real Robin or Sparkle Robin? 9 system hours until Charmony Festival.
When I appeared as a child, my speech, mindset, and soul reflected immaturity and innocence. As I grew into adulthood, I left behind my childlike side.
I humbly request your blessings, esteemed advocate of Shipe.
Come to me, my kinship. I have sought their presence with us.
You're back. You missed Akron. Yeah, that's what you get for leaving.
As you wish. I have faithfully served the Alfalfa family for nearly a decade, promoting the path of the harmony to the best of my ability. However, I made a mistake yesterday. While I was preparing dinner for the family head, I accidentally dropped a prepared dish on the floor.
Oh no, punishment. I'm on the car watching you on phone. Hey!
Out of laziness, I lied and claimed that everything was ready. Although the head has dismissed me as punishment, it has been tough to sleep with the guilt still gnawing at me.
Oh, good.
That the seeds of evilness may have taken root in my soul. So, I confess to you now to seek atonement for my sins.
Damn!
Do you sincerely repent and vow to change your ways?
Yes.
Have you examined your soul and confessed all your sins?
Each app doesn't have the delay PC Twitch does. I think it depends on the browser you're using on PC.
Yes.
Are you willing to accept the process of atonement?
Yes.
Very well. Show your dedication and goodwill to the family, and you shall be reinstated among them. Now, please, leave in peace.
Oh, praise Sheepy. And thank you, esteemed advocate.
Okay.
Next, please step forward.
I wholeheartedly confess to you. Please, pardon my sins.
Rest assured, I have implored their presence to be with us. As long as you are sincere, absolution will be granted.
Oh, great. You know, I arrived in Penacony as a stowaway. I sold everything to get a ticket. My house, my land, and my 2 children.
What?
I see. Please, go on.
What?
My children were starving, and I hoped they'd have a chance at survival if they became slaves here. If I can strike it rich here, I'll lift them out of that situation and give them the life they deserve. But the Bloodhound family got wind of it. They're on my tail, hunting me down. I thought I could bring my kids here. It was all my fault. All my fault.
The family is ready to forgive all sinners. I'll ask the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit. You don't need to live in fear anymore.
Just like that?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll work my hardest to redeem my children and make them part of the family. Praise the harmony.
Huh.
Next, please step forward.
Hey, long time no see, Mr. Sunday. The most esteemed individual in Penacony, and the next leader of the Oak family, right?
The most normal of situations, real.
I have sought their presence with us. Let us proceed.
Sure, let's just get this over with. I have sinned, please forgive me. I wasted half a pizza at breakfast, and a bottle of Soul Glad.
What?
That's it. Nothing more. Can we wrap this up? I've got a robo-ball game to catch, you know?
Do you seek to atone for your sins through good deeds?
No, he clearly doesn't.
My sins? Oh, started to sound like a saint, huh? Well, let me tell you something. Neither the family nor you have the right to judge me. You think nobody knows what your precious family has done? About the watchmaker? Huh? Don't kid yourself, Featherbrain. Those dream chasers might be fooled by your act, but don't fool yourself.
I hate your Pepeshi calling my falafel. What do you have against falafels? Don't you mean lalafels?
Before you start spouting off your holy verses, answer me this. Where does the power of the Oak family come from? And your power? What makes you think you can sit there all high and mighty, looking down on everyone else?
I mean, he does have a point, but like, why is he here then? And yeah, no, I'm like, every time, the more I see of the Pepeshi, the more I'm like, okay, yeah, they were clearly inspired by the Lalafell.
Well, I've spent enough time in confession today to enter the Harmony's paradise, right? Then I'll take my leave. Good luck with your election, and, don't make me regret my investments in you.
Oh, revered triple-faced soul, hear my doubts. Who can judge the strong when their power hides their crimes? Who can vouch for the weak when they will pay any price to survive? Who can comfort the purest souls when even they get led astray? If the strong defending the weak is truly the foundation of paradise, then who is responsible for the suffering and anguish in this wretched world?
Brother? Brother?
I see.
Brother, are you all right?
He was having a great time.
I'm fine. I've been working long hours, and I just made a trip to Dreamflux Reef and back. So, I'm a bit out of sorts. But it'll all be over before we know it.
You've been working non-stop on the Charmony Festival, Mr. Sunday, and no one could have predicted this incident. Even if the Stellaron does pose a grave threat, I still feel sorry for all the trouble we've caused you.
No need to worry about troubling anyone. The Charmony Festival was meant to spread joy and harmony across the cosmos. But now that we know the truth, I'm afraid we'll have to cancel it.
It has always been our wish to make everyone happy, so... we'll do our best to explain everything to the Dream Master. I'm sure he'll understand.
Thank you for the follow!
Even if the negotiation does not go smoothly, I'll refuse to go on stage. Without the Chord Master, the Harmonious Choir would not arrive, and the Charmony Festival would be just a grand performance, and nothing more.
I'm relieved to see your determination. You know, since arriving in Penacony, we haven't had any contact with this Dream Master himself. I'd heard of the heads of the 5 major lineages, but the Dream Master is a mystery to me.
The Dream Master rarely grants an audience, even for us. But, given the urgency of the situation, he's agreed to meet us in person.
Perhaps you'll be the first guest to meet the Dream Master in years, Mr. Yang.
I don't trust this.
Let's hope we can reach a consensus that satisfies everyone.
Indeed. Let us hope so.
It's about time.
I don't trust this.
We'll have to get ready for the meeting. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by the urgency.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting here.
Dear, it's Mr. Sunday! Hey, come over here!
Oh, is this the same dude? Can we kick him?
Looks like someone needs help. Let's go check it out.
No, this is clearly, he doesn't need help. He needs to be thrown off a balcony.
Mr. Sunday. Hey there! Okay, see the moon in the sky? It's about the size of the cap on my Soul Glad bottle. If I just reached out my hand, I could grab the moon, couldn't I?
Yeah, of course.
The moon? You mean the Grand Theater?
Yeah. Look at me. I've been away from home for too long. I must be missing that moon. But it's no big deal. The Grand Theater here looks much better than the moon back home. It's just magnificent.
They told me not to sell everything I had just to come to Penacony. How short-sighted.
What?
Selling everything you had. Why would you go to such lengths?
Why? Can't you see? Life back home is miserable. It's not really living at all. It's better to be here in Penacony. No pain, no worries about tomorrow, just sweet dreams. You can do whatever you want. That's what I call living. Yeah, now this is the life.
Is he a child or a dwarf? They're dwarves. They're small people.
Is this truly living?
Huh? What did you say, young lady? I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. You see, the traffic on Glock's Avenue can be dangerous. How about I ask a Bloodhound family member to escort you to Ideen Park over there, so you can continue enjoying your sweet dream?
I guess the pom-pom also is to distinguish them from like regular child models.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Wow, no wonder you were the leader of this sweet dream. You're totally a lifesaver.
So I'm pretty sure they use the same models as children. They don't have any like defining characteristics. So they were like, let's add a pom-pom on their head. And they still have like childish voices. I would have preferred they had gone like the Final Fantasy XIV route. And like, I mean, some of them have like cutesy voices. But a lot of Lalafels have like very deep voices, and it's so funny.
See you around, Mr. Sunday. And it was nice chatting with you.
But yeah, it's pretty much feels like they were like, oh, let's make a little people race, but let's not make a model for them. Let's just use the regular child models and let's just add a pom-pom on their head, so people will know they're like a different race. They're not actually children. There, perfect, ready.
What's up, sister?
This is the land of the dreams. But why do they live like this? The man we ran into, he doesn't seem happy at all. Even though sweet dreams are nice, they're just illusions. But for him, they're the only way to survive, even if it means giving up on reality. That's not really living at all.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you have a point. But, in my opinion, that's how most people live their lives.
Like even this dude, even Robin and Sunday. I mean, I guess they do have like the Halo thingies, so they're okay. But I would like that if they will make like different quote unquote races more different, you know.
Why do you say that?
You think that man is not actually living, but that's not quite accurate. Even without Penacony, people create their own illusions called self-value.
You have something that's less human? Yeah, but also not necessarily. It's just that, you know, it just really feels that they just grab humans and add little accessories on them instead of like actually creating new things.
People believe they have a predetermined value to fulfill. Gaining value means gaining power. and those deemed worthless are seen as the weak. However, value doesn't come out of thin air, and there's a limit to it. To accumulate value, people have to take from others. So, the weak get exploited and oppressed.
Like Star Trek Lizards one, yeah. I do like their beer rings legit. Basically, furs in the communities will sell better. Yeah, no, exactly. You know, they just add some accessories like, oh, let's just add some wings under the ears. And like a halo. There, we have an erase. When like, they could literally have those wings added like anywhere else and it would have been better. I mean, they look fine. I mean, and part of the problem is like, yeah, they just feel like kinda lazy. I mean, it's fine to have like some races like that, you know? But it does feel kind of lazy when like all races are like that. That's why I'm excited to get to the robots, because at least they look slightly more different, like Skrullum. Yeah, they do be kind of lazy. And also it's a thing of like, you know, anime characters sell better. But like, we're in space, we should have more races. Oh, let's just take this human model, slap some wings under their ears and a hill. There. Beautiful. And like, those are clearly probably made with like the same hair physics, considering they look like hair accessories, you know, instead of like trying to actually rig like some wings and put them on their back or like on the lower back. You know, like sometimes some designs have like little wings coming out of the lower back. I think those look really cool. Is that part of gachas, since everything is designed, we would have to sell the character mindset versus stuff like Final Fantasy or other games that they have more freedom. Even in Final Fantasy for a long while, you could only play as like the more human, quote-unquote human looking races. And like, you know, Mikotes were only female because cat girls. The same with bunny girls that were only female at the beginning. The Rogadin, you know, like the big greenish kind of like race, the very tall one. I think those also were male only. I don't know if in 14, maybe in 11, like because they're basically the same races from 11, they just have different names. But they were male only. You can now, but that was added later. At the beginning, Mikore and Viera were only female, and Rogadin were only male. And the Hrothgar, you know, the big lion dudes, those also are only male. Now with Dawntrail, we're getting the female version. So, you know, even they suffer from that a little bit, because they're like, oh, you know, big lion dude. Let's make it male only, you know, like no females will want to be like big burly lion ladies. And with the bunny girls, they were like, oh, like who will want to be like a pretty looking bunny boy? Now they have realized how wrong they were. But I mean, it took a while. But it's like, that's also why I'm excited with Zenless Zone Zero. I feel like they've taken a little bit more risk with Zenless Zone Zero when it comes to character design. even if most of the characters are still anime, they still have a few that are like different looking. So I'm hoping if that goes well, maybe they'll add that onto other of their games as well. You know, like they have Billy. Billy, body-wise, is pretty much like he looks a lot like Boothill. You know, he had like the same robo abs and stuff, the same body, but he actually has like a robot face. You know, it's like a mask, just like a mask. Like a Daft Punk mask. And then you have a Lycan, which is literally a furry. They have a bunny girl also in like one of the arcade, in the arcade store. They have a bunny girl who's actually a bunny girl, like furry, like she had like the furry nose and all. They have a little red dude on the ramen shop that's like it looks like a Darumaka, I think it's called, Darumata or something like that. That little red dude. They're going full foreign now. They realize how much that also sells. Exactly. You know, it's like... And forests have the money. That's the other thing. You know the suspiciously wealthy furries? It's true. But yeah, I hope that does well, so we get to see a little more of that in the Star Rail. Because so far, you know, like aside from the robots, it's been pretty disappointing when it comes to like other races, even though we're like in fucking space. And as much we've had some races described that are like completely not human, but like, you know, they don't show up in story and they're not playable characters. I suspect becoming rich enough makes you a furry. You could be onto something there. Yeah, in Genshin they have a few, but like, yeah, they're not playable. But like, in a Star Rail especially, it just makes sense, because like, during a space, going through different worlds, it makes no sense that everyone is human looking. So yeah, I just hope they realize it at some point, and we get more unique looking races. You know, like, they still can be, like, anthropomorphized, but, you know, they don't have to be human-looking, you know, like, with use human faces with some things on it. The private one is much more human. So it's just like, yeah, it's just like lazy design, you know. It's just like, oh, we don't want to create, we don't want to rig a whole ass new model. Which is sad, especially considering how like good the Penacony story has been. And how good the game is in other aspects, aside from the gacha. It just feels very lazy that it will just be like, oh, let's just slap some different things on the character models. Like, even the fucking dragon race. Hey, John. The fucking dragon race from the Shanshu, the Laofu. Thank you for the stretch. You know how all the dragon NPCs... They only have pointy ears. That's all they have. I think they do say that. I think we're the actors also. I think they say the horns are only for some special ones, I think. Or the tail. Or like they hide it. I don't know. They said some bullshit like that. And I can see through them. I'm just like, okay, so you were just lazy to add like horns and tails to the NPCs. I see how it is. I can see through you, Oyo. Only the special ones TM have dragon traits, exactly. Which is like, okay, so then what's the point of them being like dragon people? Just like... so stupid. And even then, for some reason, they made the choice of having Dragon Dan Hang not have his tail out all the time. Which was like the worst decision ever made. I'm calling you out, Hoyo. You're all cowards. Love the story, but when it comes to character design, you're all cowards. Anyway, yeah, Sunday. We were in the middle of this philosophical talk. Sorry about it. Sorry for interrupting with my character design opinions.
Are you suggesting that this is not how things should be?
You're so right, and you should say. Like, imagine if Robin, aside from like also those little wingies, she had like little wings, like those little wings, but like coming out of her lower back or something. You know, doesn't have to be her back, even the lower back. I think characters that have like wings coming out of their lower back look really good. But that involves a lot of extra rigging that they probably didn't want to do.
Exactly. But, ironically, people don't think there's anything wrong with it. Because they uphold the illusory notion of self-value. And even the weak believe in it.
There are so many sci-fi settings that are human plus straight, and then they don't do anything with the actually weird audience. Yeah, it's sad.
Survival of the fittest. That's where all the tragedies in the world come from. People come to the sweet dream in Penacony to escape from that reality and find solace.
Like, look how people were going wild on Breath of the Wild for the beard dude. You know, where are the beard people in here? Give me some beard people. I know someone who will enjoy some Corvids in here. Hey, PCU! You just missed my rant.
No tragedies exist here. Only happiness. Although in its nascent form. Isn't that the same paradise we yearn for in our dreams?
Perhaps that man is just an exception. Let's not jump to conclusions. We should experience the dreamscape ourselves. Just as I did at Dreamflux Reef.
Someone said beer and I was summoned. Warhammer has a client race of the Tau that are physic giant slots who feel a unique role for them since the Tau can be physic, but they have never even made a model for them. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. You know, you see a bunch of this in Hoyo too. You read like some of the lore entries that you find, or like on Simulated Universe, they talk about races that are like bug looking or whatever. And like, where are they? Where are the models? Where's the art? Nowhere. I'm sure sharks will go well after seeing the Zelda fandom. Oh yeah, the sharks. I like the very human-like Corvids more. Okay, you're really part of the problem. I see how it is.
Yes, seeing is believing. I'll accompany you. The Dream Master hasn't shown up yet, so we have some time for a stroll.
Oh no. I'm sorry. You're part of the problem. So I'm just gonna. I just really want to go get that. Even Intellitrons, like, just fucking look at them. They're so boring. This is also another race. I think they're called the Intellitrons.
Glad to meet you again, Robin. How are the preparations for the Charmony Festival coming along? We're all so excited about it.
What I'm to use for frontline, Momo. No, wait. I use LD player now. LD player now. LD player. Yeah. I haven't used Momo in a while.
It's going smoothly. Thanks for making the trip to join the festival.
It's like how in old MMOs, you know, it's the same thing on old MMOs where they will make like I think a classic example are the orcs. Like orc races. When you make the males like very monster looking. And then they make the females like more stereotypically pretty girl. With just some orc traits. It's the same bullshit. Just apply to all genders.
You're too kind, Robin. It's a pleasure to have guests from all over the universe celebrating day and night. I can't stand being lonely or bored, so this jubilant dreamscape is perfect for me.
But if this went on forever, would it get boring too?
Nah, not at all. Who would get tired of having so much fun? Every day, you get to wear fancy clothes, explore all sorts of dream bubbles, indulge in delicious food without gaining weight, and you never get old or sick. As long as you can afford a room, this place is the ultimate paradise.
Everyone is so brainwashed in here.
But you know that only a few things can be brought back from the dreamscape to reality, right?
That's exactly why I don't plan on bringing anything back. Just enjoying the dream itself is good enough for me. I mean, I'm not one of those long-living species. I only have around 60 or 70 years in this lifetime, and there's so much to worry about. Being happy here is pure bliss.
Only 60 or 70? You mean like in total or left, lady? Because that's a really sad life expectancy.
Only in this sweet dream can I truly feel like I'm in control of my life and fate. Who would want to go back to reality after experiencing this bliss?
I see. I genuinely wish you all the happiness in the world.
And I wish you a fantastic performance, Robin! I'm off to the Blue Hour for the ball. See you later.
Not working though, yeah.
Seems like that guest's perspective didn't resonate with you either.
She had a valid point. And I could sense her genuine happiness. It's just that...
What you're trying to say is, she thinks she's in control of her life. But in reality, she's just escaping from reality and seeking solace in this sweet dream. Once she steps out of this sanctuary, everything will be lost.
Well, she did make mention of being able to afford a room. Didn't she?
However, the paradise in our dreams, it doesn't have to end.
Sunday sounds a little bit too brainwash to my taste.
No. And the paradise we yearn for shouldn't be just a fleeting dream either.
I don't trust it. Whomst? Over there. The race here is called... Yeah, the Halobian. But they're more like angels. So if anything, if we're comparing to Arknights, they're more like the Sancta. Clearly that's the imagery they were going for, more than birds. They're more like angels.
The scenery in this dreamscape is truly breathtaking, isn't it?
Oh, Robin. Can't believe I'm meeting you in person here. What an honor. You're right. Even though time stands still in this dreamscape, it always feels fresh. I find something new every time.
A philosophical mind. I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, not at all. No. With little time left, I yearn for meaningful conversations, especially with someone as esteemed as you. Do you mind if we chat?
Hey, Bellhound! Thank you for gifting two subs. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. No need to be formal. Just speak your mind. You said, with little time left. Please, forgive me for being blunt. But is that why you came to Penacony?
You're in a pickle? Why are you in a pickle?
Yeah. I was part of a war, and while escaping from the Sarkosian mothership, I got exposed to some radioactive materials. And then, all my comrades died, and my hometown was wiped out by neutron bombardments.
Oh.
I couldn't bear to live with everything I knew gone. That's when I heard about a possible solution here, so I came.
How heart-wrenching. I hope the family has been able to help you.
Updating Gershon, I appear to have run out of memory space. Oh no.
They have, and I'm truly grateful for that. They provided me with a comfortable room, the most advanced life support devices in the cosmos, and a stellar team of caregivers. My physical body is now in the dream pool, sustained by life support.
Huh.
The me you see here is whole, rational, and no different from any other person. But I can't say the same for the me in the hotel room. My true appearance. Huh. I hope you never have to witness it, Robin.
So, you'll be living forever in this dreamscape, right?
Just being able to live at all is good enough for me. Whether it's in this dreamscape or not, well, I don't really have much say in the matter. My world has been torn apart, and my life could end any second. So, even if this whole place is an illusion, it's still my paradise. And I'll treasure every moment I spend here.
Wait, I'm cleaning my glasses. You have 3 gachas and one of them, it's Yale Ashur Lane? Well, delete Ashur Lane.
How I envy those everlasting things.
That old man's story. It's so tragic. Fortunately, this sweet dream gives him joyful memories to hold on to for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I do wear glasses.
That's precisely why this sweet dream in Penacony exists.
You're sounding too cultist, Sunday. Calm down.
However, even the sweet dream has its limitations. While it provides solace to the disillusioned, it can't completely eliminate pain in reality.
There will be a way out. Penacony is already on the right track.
This guy's gonna turn on us. Oh, hey! It's Robin!
Look what we have here. A lovely young lady. Wait, is that me?
Invested quite a lot to get a lot of ships I wanted.
Brother, what a surprise to see you again.
The Spider-Man pointing meme.
Show yourself. Your trick won't work on us.
I've heard that a skilled mass fool received an invitation too. That must be you, right? Did you enjoy yourself?
Barely. The people here are way too gullible. A little bait is all it takes for them to bite. And they run away at the slightest hint of danger. In other words, they're naive and cowardly.
Now that you've had your fill, it'd be wise to leave before it's too late. The music of the harmony doesn't tolerate discipline.
Kicking her out, I see.
What? Now that you have the real Robin, I'm useless?
Yes.
Oh, how disheartening. I've done so much for the family. You should be thanking me, because if it weren't for me cleaning up this mess, Penacony would still be in shambles. Don't you think?
Oh yes, cleaning up. I'm sure that's what you did. Sparkle when the player pulls for a Robin be like.
That was a personal request from the head of the Iris family, and it has nothing to do with us. Step aside and stop causing trouble for the Charmony Festival.
The Charmony Festival? You think you can scare me? You think I've no idea what you're planning?
Ooh, tell him, Sparkle. Call him out.
I don't care what you're thinking, chicken wing boy. But I'm pretty sure our lovely Robin won't be appearing on stage. After all, you're well aware of what a sorry state this dreamscape is in under the banner of harmony. Penacony, the land of the dreams. Is this truly the paradise you desire?
Stop it.
What's the rush, chicken wing boy? Did I get to you?
Chicken wing boy.
Our paradise is none of your concern, masked fool. Leave now, or the family won't tolerate you anymore.
No, Robin, listen to her.
All right. I'll go. But Robin, I suggest you seriously consider this. Do you really believe those living in dreams can escape pain and find true happiness?
Ooh. Ooh.
Well, I've done my part. And now I'm simply waiting for the fireworks to begin.
I love the voice actor as well for Sparkle. She did such a great job.
Here, the last 2 gifts for both of you. And don't lose them. If by some unfortunate chance the Charmony Festival starts against all odds, remember to use them during the show.
Is it the suspicious buttons?
And it'll be thrilling. Bang!
I heard a raven cawing in the distance. It seems the Dream Master will arrive soon.
Can we call these things glitter bombs? Yes. Yes, we can. Alright, Mr. Dream Master.
Let's wait here for the Dream Master to arrive.
Okay. By the way, brother, I heard you no longer have a sweet tooth. Back when we were kids, you used to steal my desserts. Seems like a lot has changed during my absence. What exactly happened?
He lost his soul.
Well, someone has to stay awake even in this sweet dream.
He's sounding crazier by the minute.
But that someone someone doesn't have to be you, or anyone in particular. You're carrying too much on your shoulders, brother. The paradise in our dreams. It shouldn't be like this. Penacony is nothing more than a dream. It can't erase the worries and pain of reality, or bring true happiness. It only offers an escape from reality. Nothing more.
Remember the old man we met earlier? Without this dream, he might have completely lost himself.
That might be true, but even without Penacony, he could have chosen another path. As far as I know, the Intelligentsia Guild has been promoting their rehabilitation techniques for a long time now. That path may have been more ordinary and challenging, but now he is receiving hospice care in a comatose state, and his fate is sealed.
Yeah, this is basically hospice care. Like, he's not getting better. He's not recovering.
Is Penacony granting these people a future? Or is it taking it away from them?
Well, don't forget this. Not everyone really has a future.
Bitch, what? I'm gonna kick your face in.
The future for humanity is like the sky for birds. People mistakenly believe that flight is inherent to birds because they've never witnessed those birds crashing to their death.
He's mentally unwell, clearly. Enjoy your socializing. He's really going the why do birds fly route.
Do you remember how we took in that little Charmony dove when we were young?
Yeah. We took care of it. Provided food and water, groomed its feathers. And later, when I decided to leave Penacony, I opened the cage and set it free.
Well, I didn't mention what happened to it in my letters because I didn't want to upset you.
But you're gonna upset her now!
Shortly after you left, it crashed to its death right in front of your window.
Oh, did you try to get in again?
I surmised as much. I knew you wouldn't have avoided mentioning the bird for no reason. Despite that unfortunate outcome, I still believe it was the right decision. Birds aren't meant to spend their lives in cages. They belong in the sky, even if they can't fly.
I love how they made the sky here in Penacony, though. That's amazing.
But here's the thing. If there are birds in this world that can never fly, can we really assert that they belong in the sky?
Have you never seen an ostrich? A dodo?
Are you implying that the same goes for humans too?
A penguin? An emu? What's the New Zealand one called? A kiwi?
Let's take the Astral Express as an example. The Nameless made tremendous efforts to bridge worlds, gaining fame across the universe. However, only a few extraordinary individuals can endure such a perilous journey.
Alright, I'm sorry, Robin, but I think we're gonna have to kill your brother.
That's
for real.
Because the pursuit of the Trailblaze exceeds the capabilities of ordinary humans. Otherwise, why would this path be filled with broken rails, an abandoned express, and even a fallen eon?
That's just sophistry. If that were true, then only the powerful would have the right to determine the future.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens. Another name for the future is self-value. While this world has its fair share of heroes who inspire people and garner admiration for their heroic deeds, the majority of ordinary people will never become heroes in their lifetime.
And that's okay.
Some are born weak and vulnerable. Some find themselves trapped in unfortunate circumstances. Some fall victim to malice and cowardice. When it comes to survival, everyone is equal. And the weak can only watch as their value gets constantly diminished by external forces.
That's why we should care for the weak and support them as if their suffering were our own. That's what the Odes of Harmony have always taught us.
While the Harmony holds noble aspirations, the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Even in this carefree dream. Human nature contains greatness, but it also harbors inherent weaknesses that can't be eradicated. In the end, if people can't even secure their own survival, they won't care about the illusory future of equality. As long as the law of survival of the fittest prevails, there will always be fledglings crashing to their death.
But if people don't live for the future, do they merely exist for survival? If even you, my brother, don't believe that the Harmony will save the weak, then which eon can make our dreams come true?
People often forget that when the first bird took flight, the entire world envisioned a future where no more fledglings would ever crash to their death.
Are you reading, sister? What are you reading?
Mr. Gopherwood gave me a picture book. It's about the story of the harmonic strings. If I could become a chord master, I'd like to summon Dominicus, the harmonious choir. I want to sing with everyone and spread our wishes so that all can feel happiness and joy.
I see. Then I would summon the harmonious choir too.
Don't you have a wish of your own, brother?
Damn, girl!
Of course I do. It's just that it includes your wish and everyone else's. I long for a true paradise where everyone can find peace.
Okay, he's gonna be the last boss.
Let's build a stage there and invite everyone to our performance so that both our wishes come true through the power of the harmonious choir.
I am here again, hello.
It's a deal then.
Yeah, it's a deal. But how can I become a chord master?
Maybe you'll have to become a star first.
We have to kill Sunday.
You're back sooner than I thought. Any results?
8 system hours left. I love how it's going down.
Yes. And now, it's up to us to forge ahead.
Sunday going full Berseria. Yeah, I was like, When he said that I long for a paradise, blah blah, I'm like, okay, we have to kill him.
Since he's already carried out his last wish, my final mission is complete. But pardon me if I sound curt. It's good to have determination. The path Mikhail left for you is not an easy one to tread. Why else would he have chosen to sleep in solitude, staking everything on some nameless in the future? But you have the numbers, and in numbers comes strength. So that might just delay your inevitable a little more.
Got any more encouraging words?
As I see it, relying on Welt's negotiations alone is far from enough. Regardless of whether the other party will be compliant, negotiating simply allows us to meet them as equals and won't grant us an upper hand. Penacony is our rival's home turf, And we already have very few chips left to play with. Rather than idly sit around while the family's got us blocked off, an offensive approach might be a wiser course of action.
That's why I love you, Himeko.
We're more familiar with the Stellaron's properties than most. And since it's the key to stabilizing the sweet dream, it's vital to the family's interests. By attacking their core interests, they're bound to retaliate hastily. And as the saying goes, haste makes waste.
That's right. As long as we pose a threat to the Stellaron, either with words or otherwise, we have a chance at gaining the upper hand. But the problem is, on the eve of the Charmony Festival opening, how exactly are we going to get close to the theater? Family security will be airtight, and if we brute force it, even if we succeed, it's too risky.
Firefly, you turn into a mecha.
So, no one's gonna say anything? Then I'll raise my hand. I know the answer to this question.
What? You of all people? You of all people?
What's that supposed to mean? You'd better believe it.
I trust you, March.
So,
Maybe.
I heard that before the Charmony Festival begins, there'll be a pageant to kick off the festival. It's called the Soul Glad TM Festivity Audition, or something. And it's going to be held in the moment of Scorch Sand.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting her to actually say the TM out loud.
As long as we clinch the top spot, we'll be able to attain the title of Festive Superstar and be able to personally bask in the graces of Miss Robin. Not that that's important. What's crucial is that we can enter the Grand Theater before the audience arrives.
So, how do we go about participating in these festivity auditions?
American Idol Simulator.
I've already procured special invite tickets from Miss Robin's fan club.
Wow.
To tell you the truth, I had been preparing to join the auditions all along. But now it looks like even if I scrape through, I probably still won't have the chance to shake Miss Robin's hand.
March, you just met her.
So they're still running this thing, huh? It was originally just a publicity stunt, set up by Mikhail to drum up attention. But it looks like it might be worth a shot.
We'll follow Marge's plan. Mr. Gallagher, will you be joining us?
I'm afraid I won't have the time. As a virtual character, I've already completed my final mission. Whether Penacony can awaken from this dream is all down to you.
Should we ever cross paths again? I'd love for you to visit the Express.
All right. I'll have to add to that data bank of yours you've got on the Express.
Please don't.
And Miss Firefly, we thank you for all your support. We're faced with a formidable enemy. As long as the Astral Express and Stellaron Hunter's objectives are aligned, we're willing to cooperate with you.
Yes!
We've already come this far together. I'd like to join you for the rest of your journey on Penacony. I'm pleased that we can finally fight shoulder to shoulder. I couldn't ask for a better ending.
I love her.
This is also the spirit of the Trailblaze. Now, everyone, let's prepare to move out.
Himeko speaks to a silver-haired girl. Yep. That she does. The Star Hunters murder so many people in Herta Space Station in a way we team with them. The Star Hunters have weird objectives. Yeah, I love the music. Oh!
Oh, wow, they've really outdone themselves. Oh, I'm starting to get excited.
Behold, here come 4 friends with spirits high and full of zeal. Are you aspiring to be the superstars of the festival?
Is he talking about us?
Yes, you! There's no doubt about it. I see you have all the potential of a superstar in you.
I love how a trailblazer is standing there proudly.
Excuse me, you 4. What are you hoping to get out of all this?
You will understand.
As the last group of contestants, how confident are you in overcoming all of the challenges?
Would you be open to a brief exclusive interview with us? It'll be quick.
Your journey is long and fraught with peril, yet under a sky blanketed by banners, you vie for the crown.
The sword and rose! Protect the beauty! The beauty, the beauty! Magnificent and majestic!
Oh, okay.
A knight's head is hard as steel. Brother Lance's focus is stubborn as a heel. We don't all have to be winners, but if we don't have fun, we'd all be sinners.
People are pouring in. Kinda feels like all sorts of baddies are showing up. Let's get in there quickly and enter the competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make way. Make way.
Who's here?
Allow me to introduce
Oh.
myself. I'm the director of Soulglad's factory, Dean Lee. My 4 friends, introduce yourselves to the audience across the cosmos.
Hello, everybody. I'm Himiko, a nameless from the Astral Express, and these are my companions.
Thank you for speaking for us, Himeko.
Don't you guys need to hide your identities?
It's fine.
Can't hide it anyways. Penacony is plastered with our posters. And because the Astral Express is so well known, the family won't dare to make any rash moves.
I'm Kuriko, she's March 7. I'm the Galactic Baseballer. Hello everyone, I'm hello everyone. Is it really a good idea to have a talent show in this pivotal moment of our story? Let's just be normal for once.
Hello everyone, I'm March 7th. I'm an ordinary girl who loves adventure.
And that's Firefly, my girlfriend.
Hello, everyone. I'm Firefly. I am also an ordinary girl who enjoys adventures.
She's cringing so bad, so hard.
So it's a bunch of nameless guests. This final face-off is bound to be spectacular. Time is precious. My 4 friends, come with me. Grab a bottle of Soulglad and make your dreams a blast.
I can just feel like Silver was watching from somewhere and just laughing her ass off. Any more things? It's small Bronia, yes.
This place is buzzing.
That's right. This venue is a miniature representation that time known as the era filled with boundless possibilities.
Burp. Sorry, was I bothering you? It's really noisy here, so even if you hadn't here to sing, no other birdies can hear you. But it's really too loud. I can't even hear myself singing.
Pretty awful.
You could hear it? I'm so embarrassed. Don't look at me. I just want to find a hole to hide in.
Oh, I thought I meant the noise. Sorry for insulting you, little bird. Oh, wait. You're a BRB.
Hello, welcome to the origami bird flying race. May you attain the best results. Let's take a look at your wings. Oh, you must be here to spectate the races. But even if you're not participating, you mustn't slack off on your training, or you'll be pushed around by Boss Stone. Oh, there's another bird that needs some guidance over there. See you later, my wingless friend. No, no, no.
Right. Balloons, 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 balloons. I know how she spins when she does that attack. Investigate what? The festivity auditions are a journey to discover a new star in a way that is fair for all who participate. Okay. No, I wanted to grab the thing.
Nameless, your arrival reminds me of the grand occasion when Penacony was first established. I was still a young, bright-eyed lad back then, lured here by the watchmaker's ads, full of zeal and ready to make my first fortune in life. Once, during a particularly grueling day, I passed out and was resuscitated by a drink from Mr. Sousa. That sweet taste has since been etched in my mind, and that was what drove me to create the Soul Glad that we all know and love today.
Ah, it was you.
The dream-chasing era was truly a wondrous time. Oh, I miss those days, and the watchmaker. Scorched Sand Hall is my homage to that time of boundless possibilities. I wholeheartedly hope you make it to the finish and emerge as the next superstars of Penacony. Now then, is there anything you'd like to say before the competition officially begins?
We'd win. We're gonna take an L in this, I can feel it.
Haha, that's the trailblazing spirit. How about you, Miss March?
Hello, everyone! Next up, get ready for the Mega March 7th adventure, where I'm going to break the speedrun world record!
You're speedrunning now? You're a speedrunner?
Trailblazing into the uncharted and challenging the limits. That's Miss March 7th for you. How about Miss Firefly?
I will set the sea ablaze.
I hope that by the end of this journey, everyone will have achieved the outcome that they hoped for.
Ah, a wonderful wish! Miss Himiko, what are you expecting from your team?
Safety first, everyone.
All right.
Simple words, but full of warmth. Waiting for you are 3 stages, each connected to that era. The first 2 stages offer 2 distinct paths to choose from, with unique challenges on each route.
All right.
And in the last stage, you will face off against a champion who has defended the title to this very day. A beloved contender whose noble virtues are unrivaled. Those are the rules. Simple. Everyone clear? Now then, I hereby announce that the 33rd Scorched Sand Festival of the 20th season, sponsored by Soul Glad Enterprises, has started.
Always important to mention the sponsor.
Everyone, as the Charmony Festival is drawing closer, we must reach the end as quickly as possible. Factoring in efficiency and safety, splitting up into 2 groups is the best choice.
Let me go with Firefly.
March and I haven't known Miss Firefly for too long and aren't overly familiar with her. It'd probably be better if the 2 of you paired up.
Yes!
Fine by me. Let's do it.
All right. I don't have a problem with that.
Let's do this. I get to pair up with Firefly and there's no catch?
We'll split into the assigned groups then. Let's not waste time.
I'm winning here. Okay, can I pick up my the thing now? Thank you. Disqualified? What do you mean? Alright. Sea Biscuit.
Welcome to the first stage of Soul Glad Enterprises' 33rd Scorched Sand Festival of the 20th season, Dream Play Fantasia. In this stage, you can choose between 2 challenges, the School of Acting or School of Action.
Oh.
In the School of Acting challenge, you have to complete 3 performances from 3 scripts and move the panel judges. In the School of Action challenge, you have to defeat 3 groups of enemies convincingly and reach the end.
Let's fight.
Now, make your choice.
Or should we fight? Ooh. Oh. That is a cutscene. Just for that. Press the button on the track and select the challenge arena to go for. Okay, but which is which? Alright guys, orange or pink? I'm putting it all on you. Yes! Thank you, Sunny. Pink? Alright, pink we go. Acting challenge, ooh. What's the acting challenge? You know what? Let's try it out.
The stage of dreams for those who dare to dream. Welcome to the School of Acting stage.
Oh, I feel like I'm gonna regret this.
Step onto the stage.
Competitors, allow me to introduce the rules of this challenge to you. There are 3 stages up ahead. On each, you will find an outline of a script. These 3 scripts were written by the legendary filmmaker, The Watchmaker, and depict various stories from Penacony's era of pioneering. Your task is to bring those moments to life, find the right words, and act convincingly to make the judges feel the script's intended emotions. Oh, I wish you a successful performance. Also, a bit of trivia. The record score for this stage is held by a participant with fiery red hair. His exceptional performance brought even the strictest judge to tears. It's like he wasn't even acting at all.
Oh, that's Argenti.
We are running out of time, so let's get this over with quickly.
I feel like I'm gonna cringe so hard. Let's go. Oh god. I'm so afraid. Oh, I can't go up yet, okay. Anything back here? I see you.
Did I fall asleep again? How many times was this? Thanks for waking me, or I won't be able to complete my work again. But I don't want to become a bodybuilder or give anyone trouble. Boss right often tells me to rest too, but I've never seen him slack off. Unless there's a hack to get into the zone. I'll have to get him to teach me. Nothing else, it seems. Alright, it's time to cringe. It's time to die.
Oh, just take a look at this pair. Such star quality. Since you come as a pair, I'll prep a two-person scene for you.
Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, this was a mistake.
You two, are you ready?
Ready.
Envision that you both, driven by the spirit of exploration, are arriving at the land of dreams that is Penacony for the first time. But instead of lush lands, you find yourselves amidst swirling sands and desolation, far from the paradise the watchmaker described.
Right.
You're driving an old clunker through the wilderness of the dreamscape, braving the cold wind, choking on the dust, and suddenly, a fierce memory zone meme blocks your path.
Oh no.
Mr. Greyhair, what line would you deliver to express your disappointment in Penacony?
Express disappointment. I love living on the wild side. Your disappointment? I guess the last one?
Very good. Now, though you're disappointed, your screen partner is conversely very enthusiastic. Now, young lady, you will say...
This is great! I love living on the wild side!
I'm sorry for putting you through this, Firefly.
Very good, very intense. And then we cut to the story's next scene. You find a job mending the rails, but the days are long and your endurance can't keep up, and you finally collapse in the endless expanse of desert.
No, she really wants to set the seas ablaze, yeah.
Suddenly, sweet rain falls from the sky, wetting your lips and rousing your spirits. Now, Mr. Greyhair, what line will best express your surprise at this moment?
10 out of 10 acting. Yeah, real. Woo-wee! Your surprise, Penacony, my Penacony. You truly abound with opportunities. Oh.
But at this moment, your partner yet gazes into the sky, both her eyes closed. The raindrops fall, blurring her vision, and she tragically says...
I should have gone for the fight.
Perhaps we were never meant to succeed. Right?
I'm sorry, baby.
Both of you have an incredibly solid foundation in dialogue delivery. However, lines aren't everything in a performance. Please continue this story on the second stage. Up next, you'll be challenged with a body language test.
That got me in tears twice out of acting.
I hope these tests won't take too long.
I'm just so tired already. I'm so sorry, baby. Please forgive me. I made it for the content. Nothing else? Oh god, body acting. Oof.
Here, you two are required to skillfully utilize body language to portray the story context I've laid out for you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Picking up from where we left off, a heavy downpour saves you both stranded in the desert. This rain quenches the anger in your heart. You look to your companion, now completely devoid of fighting spirit, wanting to comfort her.
Content was made, content is still being made.
At this moment, what should you do to make her laugh?
Oh shit. Pat her head. Tell a dad joke. Stand up and prepare to move out. Roll about in the sand. Roll about in the sand. Tell a dad joke, please. Should we tell a dad joke? They said to comfort her, but then it says that we have to make her laugh. So I'd say roll about in the sand, but I can't go for that joke. Well, have that joke truly made anyone laugh? Other than that. Maybe she has that humor, you never know. Such an important choice. Okay, now I'm gonna go with roll about in the sand. It would make the general laugh if he was here, yeah. Oh, her laugh is so pretty. My soul has been cleansed.
Right answer. Your companion sees you rolling about in the sand and thinks about the arduous obstacles along this journey. She can't help but let loose a laugh, rekindling hope in her heart. And so this girl...
I'm... gonna get back on my feet and keep moving forward.
She's so cute! My heart.
A tug at the heartstrings. The story continues to develop. The heavy rain leads you both to sense a business opportunity. So you start venturing into the umbrella industry.
Oh.
Just as the business begins to pick up, competitors start flooding the market with low-priced goods, squeezing your market share. You have no choice. The goods you stockpiled at high prices have to be sold at a loss. This is a pretty self-destructive move, which drives your business to the brink of bankruptcy. At this moment, what would you, who refuses to admit defeat, decide to do?
Stand up and smack the table? You slam the table and rise up. Do you think you'll back down? Impossible. Dream chasers can be knocked down, but never knocked out.
Fantastic! But it's a pity your friend does not agree. Seeing that you're up to your eyeballs in debt, she sees nothing but despair in her future. And then...
I leave Penacony in utter disappointment. Is that okay?
She's trying.
Of course! Absolutely! I was this close to tears. Both of you possess exceptional acting talent.
Thank you, thank you.
However, the true test is yet to come. You're about to encounter the harshest judge this show has ever seen. You'll need to rely on perfect performances if you want to win them over.
Exceptional, truly. Who made this? Give 5 by an Oscar. What are those? Oh, I can't get up there anyway. The show is about to begin.
dear, is this Dreamville's place of opportunity? The Scorch's Wonderland that everyone's talking about. Those bad birdies must abduct us. Just look at this barren wasteland. Not even a pebble for nest building to be found. Think a minor setback is going to deter this brave birdie? Never! Sorry, dear. I simply can't stand this downtrodden life. I'm going back to the great tree. No, please don't leave me alone. I want to live with you.
Right, goodbye. Yeah, good marks.
Thank you for your praise. We'll keep working harder.
Give an Oscar to that bird. There's a chest up there. Alright. What are we doing now?
Welcome to the final stage. Actually, all the scenarios that you previously encountered were all from the film Once Upon a Time in Dreams. Two companions arrive on Penacony with nothing but a dream. Their desire for achievement is met with continuous setbacks. Ultimately, one continues on, despite spiraling into debt, while the other concedes defeat and leaves. Many years later, their paths cross once more in the thriving Penacony. Yet, they refuse to acknowledge each other because...
Ooh, drama. I fell into poverty while she's living a normal life?
Against the backdrop of a revitalized Penacony, the joy of reunion mixes with the sorrow of past separation, the awkwardness of being strangers, and the shyness of a long-awaited encounter, all converging at this very moment. Give it a shot. Try and convey this bittersweet scene to me.
Oh.
Bring it to life with precise and emotive acting.
Is this ever going to end?
I'm sorry, baby.
I know. Why don't you try that clockwork thing you used before?
Firefly is tired of this bullshit. Okay, so we have to move her to tears, I guess. Can I save?
Your performance is far from satisfactory.
Sad, I guess.
God! Huh? We haven't even done anything!
It's fine, don't worry about it.
So touching.
Ah, yes!
This betrayal outdoes the original. It's simply beautiful.
We have passed the test. We ought to hurry up. Stellaron is at stake.
Okay, but let me get the things.
Stream forth the gleam of old blades.
Ooh, puzzle. Tick-tock, my pretty, you wish to speak with me? Wow, I have mesmerized many a poor clock, but I didn't expect they will have charm over humans as well. I'm so sinful. My pretty, you're interesting. I can leave a slot open for you on that precious dial of mine. But you mustn't be naughty, don't let me down.
Okay. When is Firefly getting her award? Excellent question. Come on, guys. Okay. Oh, wait. No, come back. Okay. I'm actually at a loss for this one. How do I get him out of there? This one only turns in those directions. Oh, wait, I see it now, I forgot about the weird perspective thingies that they have going on. Alright.
TikTok, I thought I'd be more popular if I spoke like this, but it just doesn't seem right. TikTok, I'm sorry, please don't look at me with those disdainful eyes.
I will look at you however the fuck I want. Okay. What's this? Music? No business like show business. Anything else? Okay, let's get on to the next thing.
Congrats to both of you for clearing the stage, but more importantly, are you having fun? Fun is more important than success.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Firefly is having a tons of fun.
Look at the time! You finished much faster than that red-haired contestant did.
That red-haired contestant. Who is that exactly?
You'll find out eventually, but only if you clear the next test first. Welcome to the second stage of the 33rd Scorched Sand Festival in the 20th season, sponsored by Soul Glad Enterprises. Gunfire time!
What's that?
You have the option to choose gunfire and undergo Brother Hanu's trial, or time, where you'll face Clucky's trial. And now, make your choice.
Hanu or Clocky? Hanu or Clocky, guys? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be puzzles. But like, do we go Hanu or Clocky? Gunfire. Like Clocky are like the ones I just did, and Hanu are like the ones that turn me into the little guy. They're both fun in their own ways. Let's go with gunfire. The little goblin. We all love Brother Hanu. He's so cool.
Dear friends, welcome to the enchanting universe created by the Watchmaker. Awaiting you is the morally dubious yet ever charming character from the animated Clocky series, Hanu. It is said that these cartoon characters were inspired by the Watchmaker's own experiences. According to research by Clocky scholars, the original Hanu of reality shared a deep friendship with the Watchmaker, akin to comrades in arms. Enter into the world of Hanu via the TV by the entrance and partake in an enchanting and suspenseful story with him. Good luck in there.
Cool grunt.
If it's a gunfire trial, we should be able to settle this with a fight, right? I hope this won't waste too much of our time.
I'm sorry, Firefly. This is puzzles also. At least you don't have to do any acting. So there's that. Firefly is just not having any of this.
I tried my bestest to hide myself, and you still found me. When everyone hid in the balloon, I was the only one who chose a unique hiding spot. I even got upside down to conceal my hair.
I've seen this a million times.
What? Other birds also know about the statue's hiding spot? I wasn't the first one who found it? This is unacceptable. Just you wait, you'll never be able to find me in the next round.
Alright, sure. Anything else here? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Alright.
1, 2, 3.
It's morphine time! Henshin!
Are we both in control of this Hanu character?
Very good. Looks like you've got the hang of it.
Don't worry, Firefly, I'm an expert at this.
In this Hanu's adventure episode, Boss Stone has gathered his battleships for an assault on Dreamville. Old Buzzfly, Cousin Wolf, and Bombhead are all raring to go. The brave Hanu must thwart their advance and protect his home. Alas, Hanu presently is ill-equipped to fend off the malevolent mischief makers, which is why he is preparing to seek out the Puzzle Gentleman's aid. Go forth and speak to him.
Go forth. Let's go.
Oh, brave Hanu, you look like you could really use some help. Long time no see, Hanu. You look pretty stressed out. How about an intense and thrilling game of Dream Jigsaw to blow off some steam?
Ah, yes. The plot dictates that you directly provide aid to us. Let out a really cool sounding hum. You let out a cool It might just be the coolest in history.
Oh my! Are you telling me that Boss Stone has rallied the villains to seize Dreamville? What a dreadful twist of fate!
Firefly's one Leandra blazers the other. Oh no.
Listen closely, Hanu.
Quop.
I'm aware you're in need of a suitable weapon. And I also know there's one just upstairs.
But I can't climb stairs.
But you know what? You'll have to play an exhilarating round of Dream Jigsaw first. No Jigsaw, no moving forward.
Alright. Let out a really cool sounding You make a cool Only someone as cool as you could produce such a cool Perfection.
Now scurry along, Hanu, but tread carefully. Two ne'er-do-wells are also eyeing those jigsaw pieces. Either outsmart them with the quick knockout, or ensure they don't catch you in the act. I can't wait to see you finish the dream jigsaw. Best of luck, Hanu.
Let's stay alert and make sure those monsters don't spot us.
Don't worry, I'm an expert. I'm so good at this game.
There. If we can push that thing down, do you think that would do the trick?
Dead.
Down this alley, please, Brother Hanu. I stacked these books just for you. But it's Brother Hanu. Why is there no a need to stack books for such a low step?
There are really cool sounding
Hurry up! Any more indecision over this matter and Boss Stone's luggage will catch up. I'll throw out from here and distract them. You take the chance to run.
Alright, goodbye. Where will this land me? Let me wait for that guy to go away first. To turn around. Is he gonna keep going or is he gonna turn around now? Yeah, no, he's turning around. Oh, but it should be fine now. I just come, grab this, and go back. Easy. Easy. Easy game, easy life. Oh, this guy is back on his feet now? Why? Before they used to stay...
Finally, that's all the jigsaw pieces. Let's hurry back.
Oh no, he was dead. Okay.
Oh my! The exquisite sensation of perfect alignment! My organizational itch has been quite thoroughly scratched. Hurry now, Hanu. Touch that TV set and transform back into your old self. Then head upstairs. Your weapon awaits you there.
Are such haphazard instructions really okay?
You get used to it.
Disconnecting from that thing so suddenly has left me feeling slightly disoriented.
It's fine. What's this? Oh, where does this take me? Oh, it's just to open the door? And what? There's another one over here. Okay. Right, fine. Oh! Go to the second floor.
Is that Hanu?
Oh. Hey, Hanu.
What exactly is he talking about?
Tick-tock! It's time for me to make an appearance!
How come you're here too?
Flocky? I can also see him. Is this character part of the show?
I'm gonna guess yes.
In Dreamville, Clocky is everywhere and can do anything! Like right now! I can be your translator! Tick-tock! Hanu says, battle! We must do battle!
She's losing it. Firefly. Firefly is this close to setting the city ablaze.
The enemy is at our doorstep, and we have no path of retreat for the future of Dreamville! Touch that suspicious-looking TV right now!
So they just jumped inside that TV. Sheesh. Logic in this plot and dialogue is really being pushed to its limits.
You get used to it. Anything here? I hear a bird. Oh, there, I see you.
What's the hurry? Busstone's coming at you again? Such a huge ruckus. I reckon not even old Buzzfly and Bumphead can sit still.
Run them out of town.
Don't panic, friend. We're nothing like those baddies who came and shouted because by the moment they were running the baddies out town. come into the minds of Brother Hanu's friends, the deed is done. Goodbye, it's also time for me to deploy. Glory will be with me.
Alright, good luck, soldier, I guess. Okay, let's...
Here we go again. Ready?
She's so tired.
I am gradually getting used to this. Huh. Who knows? I might even be able to perform some high-level moves with Hanu.
Oh, did someone say high-level movies just now? That's right, pal. The upcoming script is just exploding with all sorts of high-level shenanigans. Last we saw, Hanu was preparing for battle. Suddenly, he hears heavy footsteps coming from the hallway. Malevolent mischief makers have broken into his home. But brave Hanu won't go down without a fight. He instantly sprints for the storage room, ready for a do-or-die showdown against the baddies.
But we still don't have any weapons in hand.
Guess what? Hanu's favorite bazooka just so happens to be in that storage room. So get a move on.
What a coincidentally convenient plot twist. It'd be even more awesome if the organizers allowed me to wear armor.
I will set the seas ablaze. I'm not gonna lie, this is clearly...
It's behind the shelves, right?
Yeah, this is clearly so extra. Just to like, it feels like just like they're just pacing out the end. But it's so worth it for Firefly reactions. Can I grab this as Hanu? No, I'm too tiny. That guy is asleep, right? Can I just... yeah.
He wasn't lying. There's actually a bazooka here. Now we should have a way of dealing with those baddies. This thing feels just like the Soaring Locust too.
Does it? Really?
Careful. It looks like we've got more company. Get ready to fire!
Easy game, easy life. Oh, there's more of them.
Here we go again. But no big deal. We're pretty handy with this bazooka now.
She got a bazooka and suddenly she's enjoying herself. I love her so much.
That should be all of them, right?
Oh my! Hanu is on a streak! Everyone! The stage is complete! Quickly! Head through the TV to the next stage!
Is there anything else I can pick up here, though? Enough, Hayek is a true path to any girl's heart. So true. Wait, actually, I just want to check what's in here. Oh, I can't. I have to go to the other side. Alright, I see how it is.
Well, that's that. But it is gonna be hard to let go of this bazooka.
Ah! I love her. She's great.
Never mind. Let's hurry over to the next stage.
As I said, again, this is clearly they're just pacing out the end. But it's so worth it for Firefly's reactions. Oh, music? Anything in here? A chest? Any birds hiding anywhere? Doesn't seem like it. I don't hear anything either. It's just the time instead of this one and it was faster, but this is better.
Congratulations to both of you! Oh, you've overcome all obstacles and proven yourselves. But, unfortunately, there is only one who can be Penacony's festive superstar.
But you didn't get to hear Firefly enjoying a bazooka.
In the final stage, you will face the defending champion. If you fail, you will lose the opportunity to become the festive superstar. Welcome to the 33rd Scorched Sand Festival's third stage in the 20th season, sponsored by Soul Glad Enterprises, Superstar Showdown.
Before we continue, though, I really need to go to the bathroom and to go refill my water, so give me like, I don't know, 3 minutes or so, and I'll be back to face whoever's waiting on the other side. It sounds like Argenti, so I'm scared, but we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, BRB, guys. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I'm here, let's get those assignments, send them again, and get those achievements. Break all Boston balloons in the audition plaza? Oh. The stickers I'll check later. Let's keep going. I love this whole last cutscene. Woo! The challenge arena to go. Arena 2 or Arena 1? Is there a difference? Alright guys, 1 or 2? Pick a number. 1 or 2? 7? Thank you. Well, 7 kind of looks like 1, so let's go for 1. Oh god, it is Argenti.
No way, I think I just saw someone. Someone extraordinary.
Why do you say it so happily? Stop that. You'll regret this choice. Is Arena 2 someone different or... I choose 1 too.
My great friend is trying in order to meet you. Not even the stars in the sky can match your heroic valor. May we stand together to defend Dreamville stones and branches. I'm so glad. I'm the knight among Burgess, the mighty championship contender. Goodbye, I have to defend the Ice Solglad, or all of it will be snatched up by the other Burgess later.
Can I go back? And choose Arena 2 and see if it's different? I am curious. I am ever so curious. Will it make me do a trial again though? Hopefully not. Okay, select challenge. Yeah, I'm like, do I want to fight him again? Not really. But they didn't make it sound like there was anything different. Okay, they won't let me change my... You can go back, but they don't let you change your choice. Alright, I guess we'll suffer.
No way, I think I just saw someone. Someone extraordinary.
No, they're not extraordinary. Let's just try with this team. It's not the best team from what I remember. It's not the team I beat him with, but let's just try. This wait, handsome gentleman, beautiful miss. Why does he have no voice? By the glorious light of beauty, I never thought I would see you again. In such turbulent times, your kind faces are as spring's gentle breeze. bringing solace to my escorted heart. Did something happen to his voice actor?
Are you a Knight of Beauty?
Will you be participating in the Charmony Festival as well? Upon hearing of the impending festivities, I commanded the one and only to bring me to Penacony with full haste. Alas, in a cosmos unguarded by the beauty, disorder prevails. Thus my passage was delayed by tending to the sick and injured. He came down with a tragic case of we don't want to pay. Tragic, truly. Fortunately, the mini rabbit neck pilot, stray cat duelist, galactic ninja, and quad driving Teletron, along with 32 other souls in distress, all emerged from their predicament safe and sound. I then led them all here to revel in the harmony with the countless other splendid beings. This is the beauty, it's dazzling. I do not deserve such praise. Unfortunately, that dashing IPC ambassador, whose radiance matches that of a beautiful peacock, remains in a woeful state. I wish he too could partake in this splendid occasion. How do you know so much? Okay, let's get back to business. Since fate has brought us together, it stands to reason that you both seek the accolade of the audition's victor, correct? Though upon arrival, I was once mistaken for a towering, silver armor fugitive with fiery red flames, due to my lack of eloquence. It matters not, for all these trials stem from the land of dreams' beauty. What matters is that I now stand before you, or paths have crossed. I, Argenti of the Knights of Beauty, am humbly requesting for a battle in the name of the code of chivalry with you both. If I am fortunate enough to emerge victorious, kindly grant me passage to the crown of victory and recognize that Idrila, the beauty, is the most peerless beauty of them all. Alright.
This symbol of pure.
This is where it ends.
So he does the same thing.
Can you find the answer?
He has the same music as well.
Destined for oblivion.
Time for a fun. Commencing research. Here, try this.
Don't worry, it's just a scrape.
Let the duel commence. Put forth all your might.
I forgot about the damage boost.
Still waters in oblivion.
Can I have fun this time? This combat needs. This is double speed.
Rise to the challenge.
He also has the two faces. Oh god.
It too shall fall.
I'll go easy this time.
Rise to the challenge.
Deep breath. Good as new. To travel far.
Pledge thine loyalty.
Familiar. Another journey begins. Destined for oblivion.
More enemies. This combat needs up to. This is double speed.
Oh yeah, sparkle skill.
Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer? Specimen sighted.
That's half the work.
Mine being breakness broken by links.
Time for a fun.
Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
Bear witness.
Ooh, phase 2.
Time for a fun. This is double speed.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Not bad, not bad.
Don't worry, it's just a...
Put forth all your might!
To travel far... Good as new.
It's to the challenge.
Can you find the answer?
Still waters of oblivion.
Can I have fun this time? Commencing research. Here, try this. This
no
combat
power
needs team power. This is double speed.
Put forth all your might!
Another journey begins. Destined for oblivion.
More enemies. Specimen sighted. Deep breath. Good as new.
Behold, this symbol of pure... You are fighting a gentleman.
Still waters of oblivion.
I'll go easy this time. Time for a buzz.
Let's go!
This is double speed.
The flesh wound.
I weep for the departed.
Flesh wound my ass. Get out of here.
It too shall fall.
That's enough. I have come to grasp the sincerity of your... I don't know what he said.
I've got a raid to get to.
Let's go! Acheron! Beautiful, beautiful. Truly a captivating contest. It is through you that I realize to uphold the honor of Idrila, I must further hone my skills. What a beautiful lesson indeed. Go forth, my dear friend, beautiful miss. The audition's crown is yours to claim. I shall remain here, gazing from afar as you bask in the limelight, joining the audience in offering you the most heartfelt cheers and applause.
We don't have much time. May fate allow us to meet again, Knight of Beauty. In that case, let's make our way to the end. Penacony's really thronging with talent. I hope we make it in time.
Man, Acheron really came through. Let's go! Path of the Superstar. Woo! Sploosh! I see you there.
Oh, it's a champion! Congratulations! I'll tell you a secret, even that undefeatable boss Red has never been the champion.
Red is my bro.
I guess the strong, bearded humans ready to recognize one another. And since I know you, that must mean I'm a pro beardy too. Goodbye. If you win the next competition, remember to share the moment with your friends.
When's Honkai Pinball? Excellent question. I got a text. Okay, no one important. Look, it's my face. I look so handsome. No, the music!
Congratulations to the both of you on becoming the festive superstars of this year's Charmony Festival. before entering the Grand Theater. I, on behalf of the organizers, extend my sincere congratulations to you, wishing you joy under their radiance.
Who could it be? Where are my star jades? What are you doing here?
As previously promised, my sister, Mr. Yang, and I have met with the Dream Master. We delved into the truth about Penacony and its Stellaron, and have come to a consensus. Both I and the Oak family cannot acquiesce to your request.
Where are Robin and Walt?
Just as expected.
Exactly.
We acknowledge the perspective of you, Nameless. Penacony does require change, but not as you propose. The planet of festivities cannot and will not revert to a place characterized by chaos, disorder, or anarchy.
I am so shocked.
Through your journey of overcoming obstacles, you must have glimpsed the essence of that era. The vulnerable ruthlessly eliminated, equality non-existent, common folk living precarious lives, eking out a dreary existence. Ultimately, only heroes like yourselves manage to achieve success. But I would dare ask, if you did not possess the special status of having a Stellaron, and you were but an anonymous and frail member among the masses, which Penacony would you prefer?
Almost too shocked for words, yeah.
A dystopia for the survival of the fittest? Or a sweet dream paradise for all?
Why are you asking me?
That's not the point. Don't let him mislead you.
Mr. Sunday, even if the members of the Oak family can't fully agree on what to do about the Stellaron, now's not exactly the time to be holding an extensive discourse about Penacony's past and future, is it?
Mm-hmm.
The Stellaron issue concerns the life and death of everyone on Penacony. If anyone has a better suggestion, the crew is more than willing to listen. Also, it'd be best to tell us the ins and outs of that meeting. This way, we'll at least know what Welt and Miss Robin are dealing with, and the reason why they failed to make our appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, Navigator. That is precisely my intention. With all present, let's begin by discussing the details of that meeting. Let's talk about our tribulations and choices, our ideals and beliefs, and our final course of action. The only path to take.
Robin, we're gonna have to kill your brother. A while ago.
You mean to say that for the longest time, there have been scoundrels who would use the Charmony Festival that I have bequeathed to the masses as a tool to realize their ambition?
Indeed, Dream Master. Once the Charmony Festival begins, the Stellaron's powers, along with the song, will be broadcast across the entire planet of Penacony. And then everyone in their dreams will be unable to awaken.
This is indeed surprising to me. The dreamscape is maintained by the collective effort of the 5 families. If someone were to use the Charmony Festival to recklessly disseminate the power of the Stellaron, this individual must hold a position of great authority.
Oh gee, I wonder who could it be?
Do you have any suspects?
Oh boy! What a mystery!
I'd like to ask, did you really not know of the Stellaron's existence?
I would have never thought that this nameless would point the spear at me. Quite astonishing indeed.
If I have offended, the Astral Express extends its sincere apologies. But the current circumstances are dire and leave no room for meticulous inquiry. We're doing this out of concern for the Dreamscape's safety. So, if you could, please alleviate our concerns.
Dream Master, it's just to prove that the Charmony Festival has nothing to do with the Stellaron. If we're being overly cautious, I will return to the stage to offer tribute in song, just per the arrangement.
Sunday, Robin. I've watched you two grow up, and know your dispositions like the back of my hand. Both
Do
of
you?
right now, can surely be lauded as their most devout advocates. I already know your resolve. The magnitude of this matter is enormous, and cannot be taken lightly. Since Mr. Yang has asked with such earnestness, I will personally respond in kind. If there is a need, the entire Oak family will be mobilized to heed your call. Someday, might I ask you to beseech them to cast their light unto me, and question me in their stead, so that no lies may be concealed?
I will do as you command.
Robin, could I entrust you to be present as a witness, to document the truth, and to proclaim my innocence, so that all slander may be utterly dispelled?
We will do as you command.
May thy will be carried out on earth, just as it is in the heavens.
This is gonna end badly.
Triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make false vows.
Let us begin. There is nothing else to prepare.
Understood. Question. Have you devoted your life to your god, never worshipping other gods?
Naturally.
Do you love your god as you do yourself, always heeding their admonishments?
Naturally.
Have you strayed from the path expected by your god, betraying their name?
We investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong.
Never.
Have you ever been inordinate with your asks of your god, coveting more than the foundation of the creation itself?
Never.
Then, a final question. Do you swear to fulfill all vows, past, present, and future?
With the Eon as my witness, if I do not deliver on my words, or if I renege on my vows, may I be cursed in accordance with divine law.
They have seen your faith, and have endorsed your faith. With this, it can be evidenced...
Just a moment.
Ooh!
What is it, Mr. Yang?
I have another question I hope to have answered. To my understanding, the family's harmony and prosperity have never relied on so-called divine laws. The god you both mentioned, are they truly Shipe?
Ooh!
Mr. Yang should know that those belonging to the family toil together as if they were kin, embracing solidarity and unity under their light. All duplicity is laid bare before the harmony. Such a delicate and complex symphony. Which other god could perfectly harmonize this, if not for the great one, Shipe?
Perfectly harmonize. Therein lies the problem. It isn't an outsider lurking in the shadows who changed the harmony, but a dissonance that has surreptitiously emerged from within this very symphony itself. In the distant past, there existed an eon. With one flick of the wrist, they crafted the laws of the cosmos. Their followers formed the Beyond the Sky Choir, spreading solemn and reverent hymns throughout the universe. Later, they fell. The route traversed by this eon clashed with the harmony, ultimately being absorbed and fused into it. The chorus that once reverberated across worlds fell silent, and when it echoed anew, it was transformed into the hymn of harmony. Though an eon may perish, paths with no masters still linger. In the all-forgiving harmony, echoes of bygone dissonance may subtly arise.
Mr. Yang, being overly astute can be a detriment. Especially when you find yourself alone and without allies.
So this is how it is.
Ooh.
For the sake of our grand cause Sunday, please afford these two an opportunity to rest.
What?
Sorry, Robin, you have to kill your brother. I've been telling you.
Sorry, Robin. It's just you. I did not wish for you to know this. It's a pity that things have turned out this way.
Mr. Yang, do something.
So, this is the true reason I can't sing? The shadow that envelops Penacony is actually...
We were never children of the harmony. Our ideal paradise could not have been crafted by Xipe. True bliss can only be guaranteed by the one who transcends the many.
And
within the foundation of law, humanity establishes civilization, and through harmony, we obtain order.
Oh? Order?
Unbelievable. To think that there would be remnants of the Order on Penacony.
What have you done with Mr. Yang and Miss Robin?
Don't worry. I just gave them some time alone to ponder their fates.
You should know that these actions make you an enemy of the Astral Express.
We're gonna beat your ass!
Should we need to stand against the Nameless, it would only be myself and the Oak family involved. But we haven't reached that point yet, have we?
I know, we absolutely have.
Your efforts for the justice of Penacony are evident to everyone, and have been widely observed.
Stop beating around the bush and get to the point.
Patience is a virtue. However, I won't hold it against you. On the contrary, I'm here to make my intentions clear.
Then get to talking.
If it is the Order that drove you to imprison Welt and Robin, and you're using them to coerce our compliance, then there'll be no point in entertaining any type of discussion.
Uh-huh.
You're mistaken, Miss Himiko. They are in very safe hands, and just as the family has always proclaimed, no one can be harmed in the dreamscape, least of all in the beautiful new world belonging to the Order. Penacony and the entire universe have witnessed far too much innocent bloodshed. The strong wield their blades against the weak, and the victors push the vanquished to the brink of life. Natural selection. The world abides by this principle, establishing the well-being of humanity atop the corpses of the downtrodden. Only we, or rather, I, possess the power to put an end to this farce.
So you've decided to resurrect a dead Eon? No one's ever done such a thing.
Ooh.
If Miss Himiko is interested, Let's draw back the veil and speak candidly. I've always firmly believed that people can understand one another through peaceful means.
No. Let's kick his ass.
I'm willing to divulge the unembellished truth as to the intentions of the Order's Pathstriders, so that you will make better judgment for the Astral Express, for Penacony, and for this stretch of the universe. Words can hardly do justice to the beauty of that ideal. So, come with me, everyone. Let us retrace our steps and see once again where this road leads.
Huh? Where'd he go?
Welcome. This isn't any location in Penacony's dreamscape. It's my inner world. The reason the scenery before you remains unchanged is because your consciousness has drawn on similar concepts to fill in the gaps.
Do you imprison us?
Did you do the same to Welt?
It's a tuning process. Stronger in effect and more draining on the mind. The gray-haired guest has experienced it before, so he should understand what it entails. Tuning allows you to intuitively grasp my feelings, which also means that I cannot hide anything from you. Now, everyone, please look at the huge screen. The road we once took begins here. From this point on, you will witness the numerous decisions I've faced. I've selected a portion of these to share with you.
Right.
I believe after going through similar predicaments, you'll be able to better understand my thoughts. Let's begin. The first decision. A story about a baby bird. This story happened when Robin and I were very young. We were victims of the Stellaron disaster, and the family's Mr. Gopher Wood, who would later become the Dream Master of Penacony, saw that we siblings had no one to turn to and took us in. Later on, Robin and I lived a time with nary a care in the world. One day, after dinner, while my younger sister and I were lounging about in Mr. Gopher Wood's yard, we spotted a fledgling Charmony dove all on its own.
I remember this memory.
It was tiny. It didn't even have all of its feathers, and it couldn't sing. When we found it, it was already on its last breath, having fallen into a shrub, probably abandoned by its parents. We decided to build a nest for it right there and then. However, thinking back, that winter was unusually cold, with fierce winds at night in the yard, not to mention the many poisonous bugs and wild beasts in the vicinity. It was clear that if we left the fledgling in the yard, it stood no chance of surviving until spring. So, I suggested we take it inside, place it on the shelf by the window, and asked the adults to fashion a cage for it. We decided that when it regained its strength enough to spread its wings, we would release it back into the wild. The tragic part, something that we'd never considered, was that this bird's fate had already been determined long before this moment. Its destiny was determined by our momentary whim. Now, I pass the power of choice to you all. Faced with this situation, what choice would you make? Stick to the original plan, and build a nest with soft net where the Charmony dove fell. Or build a cage for it, and feed it, giving it the utmost care from within the warmth of a home. I eagerly await your answer.
What do you think, Firefly?
I can't decipher his intentions right now, but based solely on that question, I would probably choose to build that dove a cage. Even if I was gonna release it back into the sky, it'd have to be strong enough to fly first. If I left it where I found it, I fear it'd never get the chance to fly ever again.
What about you?
It looks like he really has no intention of imprisoning us. If it's just a quiz, I suppose it's fine to humor him. Back to the question. I would personally choose to build the little Charmony dove a cage. No special reason. I do think that a fledgling should have the right to fly into the sky. But if it can't even live to that point, then there's nothing to talk about to begin with.
Everyone seems to agree. What about you, March?
That guy just casually throws this kind of question at us? What exactly is his deal? But fine, I'll answer, I guess. If it were me, I guess I'd choose to build a cage for the little Charmony dove. After all, leaving it there, it's bound to get hurt by wild animals or something. And that'd just be too sad.
I'm like, yes, in a real life situation, I will do that. But I feel like we will be agreeing with him if we do. Because that's basically what he's trying to do, build a cage for everyone to be safe in. All right, let's just go with it. Let's humor him.
I'm happy to see that you made a choice similar to ours. If your mind is made up, let me reveal the outcome of this choice. We passionately nursed it back to health, preparing only the best food for it every day. We even preened its feathers. Later, on the day that Robin left Penacony, we opened the cage door and let it fly back into the sky. I watched it for a long while by the window, probably about 3 or so days. In those 3 long days, the little Charmony dove tried again and again to spread its wings to fly into the sky, but fell to the ground, only to keep trying. Finally, on the 137th attempt, it succeeded. But its attempt did not go perfectly. After flying unsteadily for a while, it fell to the ground. Unable to grasp the direction of the air currents, the fall shattered its wings. It writhed helplessly in my embrace. But it was all for naught, finally succumbing to a painful demise. And in that instant, our tender care, our given love and hopes, they all became the inevitable push that sent it to its death. I deeply regret the choices we made. Next, let us head to the second decision. This time, it's the story of a dream chaser.
Make them codependent. It's just, it's like when you're faced with it in real life, it's a hard situation. But like you say it all the time, you know, people that find birds, they take them in, or like hurt animals, they take it in, take them inside, and once they're good, they release them again and they're fine. This guy just had like one bad experience and let it define his entire life. And like, it would have probably been the same. Like they said, there were poisonous bugs outside, and like it was a harsh winter. So it would be when it said like the thing of like, oh, or all hopes and love and dream and care and whatever, it would have been the same if they had let him outside. And he had died outside because they were also, I mean, it's the same bullshit. It just happens. Sometimes when you pick them up too young, though, sometimes they can't really go back outside.
This story happened when I was appointed as Bronze Melodia, a position exclusive to the Oak family, charged with listening to the problems and vexations of Dreamscape residents, and providing them with the relevant guidance. It was during that period that I had the opportunity to hear voices from all corners of the Dreamscape. Joy.
I don't want to listen to this dude.
Arrogance. Regret. The complex tapestry of human nature that formed the world. And I was fortunate to catch a glimpse of it.
Oh god, please shut up.
He was a dream chaser. And an illegal stowaway. Just like the rest of them, he came to Penacony in search of a better life. Except that, to most people, the price he paid, I suppose you could say it was everything. He told me I sold everything I could at home. The house, the land, even his 2 children. He said he could not afford to raise them, and that at least they could eat if they lived as slaves.
Slaves? Like,
he had a
man.
plan in place. He would buy back his children once he had made his fortune, and enjoy Penacony's beautiful dream with them. Alas, his plan to smuggle himself was somewhat clumsy, and he was sniffed out by those pig-headed hounds. After hearing the Dream Chaser's story, I immediately appealed to the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit. That way, at least he could live peacefully. But I was still too naive to the ways of the world. I did not anticipate that what I thought was a kind gesture would later lead to dire consequences.
But that's like your problem, man. Deal issue.
I'll tell you the outcome soon. For now, I'd like you all to make a choice. Will you do as I did and try to convince the Bloodhound family to stop their pursuit so that the Dream Chaser may live peacefully and realize his wishes? Or will you remain silent, leaving him to languish while the hounds are hot on his heels until his inevitable judgment arrives? I look forward to everyone's decisions. Who knows? Perhaps they might even alter the outcome of this tragedy.
I mean, the moment you chose to sell your children to slavery, I'm like, no, man. No, man.
This question... Surely it has some connection to the baby bird story. And this connection is precisely the breakthrough Sunday aims to use to persuade us.
This is why you give your kids a pet. Yeah, exactly. Man. I'm like, because, I mean, one thing would be like, you know, I don't know, like I abandoned my children outside a church or something, or I don't know, outside of some establishment. But selling them to slavery, I don't know, that's a bit much.
I'd probably choose to ask the Bloodhounds to cease their pursuit.
Also, if you do that for one person, then more will come. It's not
a dream chaser.
Good idea.
If I acted out of kindness, I would probably ask the Bloodhounds to stop their pursuit and lend him a hand. But what cruel repercussion would this choice result in? I think Sunday must have been deeply impressed by the limitations of the strong defending the weak through this incident.
They all seem to think the same too.
It seems illegal stowaways are really quite common on Penacony. But that guy in the story, I don't think he deserves any sympathy at all. He sold his kids to chase a dream. Even if he intended to go back for them, It's still insanely irresponsible.
Thank you, March!
With that thought, there's only one choice. Let the Bloodhound send him back home. This person deserves to be punished.
That seems to be the choice that he wants, though, considering if you go by the coloring. But, like, that's not the choice he took. Let's see what he says. Remain silent. Or will you remain silent? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, make the decision.
You, like me, are pondering whether a different choice could have led to a better outcome. Sadly.
No. No, I'm not. No. He deserves an ass kicking.
Say he never gets caught. He would only die from delirium. The methods with which illegal stowaways enter dreams are unorthodox.
Don't compare me to you.
Not flawless like the hotels. Living in the dreamscape would be a mere pipe dream. Should he be apprehended? Could the hounds afford to turn a blind eye? The answer is a definitive no. They couldn't bear the resulting consequences, and thus wouldn't dare extend a helping hand. As to your choice, I once again offer my
please shut up.
Apologies. Next comes the third and final decision, and the story this time is my own. This story happened the day I was appointed the Oak family head. At that time, Mr. Gopherwood was the current Dream Master, and as per his wish, we had a private conversation. What surprised me was that the Dream Master had only come to deliver a letter to me. He let me read its contents, and it was a letter from my sister. The letter contained the usual pleasantries, anecdotes from her travels, nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I started wondering how this letter related to our discussion, the Dream Master began to speak.
Do you know who wrote this letter?
My sister, of course. But why would you personally visit me to hand me a letter from my sister containing mere trivialities?
To help you grasp the full scope of this issue. Do you know where Robin is at this moment?
From what the letter indicates, she must be in Caspelina 8, correct? She's touring there right now.
Correct. Has she mentioned anything about a stray bullet?
A stray bullet?
What?
What?
A war has broken out on that planet. It is because of this very reason that Robin chose this destination. To spread the word of the Harmony. And to save the lives of that planet. She personally made for the front lines. She hoped to ease the people's suffering with song, and was willing to brave mortal danger to deliver the IPC's medical supplies. Unfortunately, stray bullets show no such compassion.
Is she all right?
If the operation was successful, she should probably be recovering in the field hospital. By the eon above, the bullet struck her neck directly, yet possibly as a reward for her consistent deeds of harmony, it didn't hit any vital arteries.
Wow, lucky.
Once you've attended to your outstanding tasks, it'd be advisable to write her back as soon as possible.
You captured Geiger in the first try? Yo, let's go.
Those damned savages! I'll pack my bags right away. My gratitude for bringing this to my attention, Mr. Gopherwood. Now you understand why she always wears such elaborate neck ornaments, don't you?
How could this happen? Miss Robin.
I didn't realize, honestly.
It's all in the past, so please don't worry. I share this in the meager hope that you will understand the Harmony's limitations and predicament. As grandiose as the strong defending the weak sounds, many times, it is nothing more than wishful thinking. Likewise, I've prepared one last question. one last choice. But rest assured, this choice will not have any grave consequences.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Because this is merely a figment of imagination. A nightmare that has haunted me through countless nights. If you ever had the opportunity to make a choice like I did, would you still support Robin's journey on the path of harmony?
Yes. She has her own life, man. She can make her own decisions.
Miss Robin's courage is admirable. And here
Truly.
I was thinking she was just another superstar celebrity.
It's her choice. And like, good for her, honestly. Queen, she's doing some queen shit.
But the fact that she's also Mr. Sunday's younger sister? No, I doubt he'd wish harm on his own flesh and blood, no matter how grand the ambition.
I often feel like I've dreamt of similar scenes on certain nights.
Oh no.
In the dream, I see blurry faces. I don't know who they are, but I sympathize with all of them. Fighting for survival against some unfathomable force.
Those are your other lives reaching out to you, Himeko.
Their confusion and fear are lucid to me. But I also remember they chose never to give up. Just like Miss Robin. If Mr. Sunday's question leaves you puzzled, you should find the answer from your own experiences. With each trailblaze, dangers and tribulations will surely follow. But would you ever back away? Would you stop March and Don Hung from reaching their next destination? I believe you have an answer of your own in your heart.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, I'm still on. For a little bit more.
I can't believe that happened to Miss Robin. The strong defending the weak is a great mantra, but if I had to pay such a price, I don't know what I'd do.
Support Robin. Yeah, let's go. The ride never ends. Make the decision.
I see. I am now aware of everyone's stances. Raising these questions merely serves to illustrate one point. The plight of Penacony cannot be salvaged by the harmony. The true foundation for a sweet dream paradise can only be established through the order where the strong govern the weak.
See, I mean, there was no point for that. He's just trying to prove his point. Somehow.
I know the suffering of being tormented. The turmoil of losing your way.
You don't know shit, my man.
Sorrow. And even despair. Set in when matters don't work out. All of this causes me unending pain. Because this is not what happiness is at all.
Maybe you should go outside, touch some grass.
We must teach the weak how to live a happy life. And this life isn't some noble propriety that the upper crust preaches, but in definitive terms, a way of survival that belongs to everyone.
So what is your definition of living a happy life?
Can I punch this guy in the face already?
Good question. Human consciousness is fundamentally an illusion, a cage known as self-worth. People lured in by this illusion make mistakes, yet still ask that external influences bear the burden. When one mistake after the next permeates the masses, they become impossible to trace. Thus, the amassing of these individual cages culminate to form a prison. A place dictated only by the rule of survival of the fittest. Nature is always accompanied by predation and sacrifice. Its antithesis is known as order. That is what I want to do. Unite people's happiness under the banner of order. They won't need to make bitter choices any longer, nor face the weaknesses of humanity. They can cast aside their primal instincts to build a haven for mankind.
Do you realize you're just saying that you want to take away people's freedoms? People's freedom and ability to choose for themselves?
Simply describing thoughts is far too abstract.
Do you hear yourself?
So allow me to provide a simple example. As you all may know, there are societal norms like weekends and long weekends that exist on some worlds. During these hard-earned rest days, people are given the chance to extricate themselves from the stresses of everyday life, allowing a certain tranquility to return to their souls. And it is only on these days that people do not have to adhere to the law where the strong prey on the weak. They can live out their lives happily during these brief intermissions. It's just a pity that 2 or 3 days are still too fleeting compared to the span of a lifetime.
Just captured Dreamer, the streamer lucky sky. Thank you. Wow. Oh my god, you're welcome. Now give me some of that luck.
From where I stand, society's ideal system should be 7 rest days. Following Sunday, there should ensue a second, a third, and indeed an infinite procession of Sundays. This should be the face of the new world. Idyllic, eternal, peaceful days.
Oh man, yes, but also... just wouldn't work on the... in the long term, you know? Thank you for the posture check, the stretch, and the hydrate. This dude has been talking for like an hour. Just to try to tell me how right he is in wanting to conquer over the world.
And thus, every person can return to their base selves in this utopia. Some gaze in reverence at the stars, pouring their whole beings into calculating the distance between us and the isolated world of Pagana. Meanwhile, some seek refuge in quiet corners, holding one another, unencumbered by the chains of unwelcome obligations. There would be no need to bear the hardships of reality. Only in this way can humanity face the inevitable end with the purest of spirit, living a life of dignity. This is what it is to live in bliss.
See, he doesn't realize, right? He's talking about dignity and stuff, and like you're basically talking about stripping away people's freedoms and dignity and choices. And calling that ideal. I'm right, you're wrong, my sister is cute. Yeah, that's basically Sunday.
Miss Firefly, you who are stricken with entropy loss syndrome, you of all would surely understand this.
How do you know that?
It sounds like a flawless theory.
But what is the price to attain all this?
Exactly.
The cost is minute, merely a personal and eternal sacrifice.
Minimal!
If this paradise is to be maintained for everyone, someone must remain trapped in solitary awakening until the end of the cosmos.
This dude and William will have a great time having a cup of coffee, real.
Awakening. Which means that this so-called paradise is still a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping into this paradise means forsaking reality, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It is not forsaking, but
hey, Mars!
transcending.
It's been a while.
Flesh, blood, sorrow, weakness. If the physical is the root of spiritual suffering, it is only logical that we defeat it.
It's escapism. Yeah, it's not healthy, my man. Go outside, touch some grass, talk to some people. Socialize.
But in this supposed bliss, people won't have defeated their demons. The chance to overcome their tribulations would be forever lost to them. In other words, it is an escape.
You're so right, Queen.
That's another way of understanding it. But there is no shame in escape. On the contrary, the seeds of escape exist in everyone's hearts.
What is this grass you speak of?
Don't you agree, Miss Firefly? And as to why we sleep, it is because we are afraid to awaken from our dreams.
We sleep because our body needs to rest. Stop making it so philosophical.
But this is not in conflict with the grand plan. Only in acknowledging this can we truly understand the frailty of human nature. And from there, show compassion and protection.
I admit that you are a born leader. Your perspective on humanity brims with pessimism. Yet you express compassion for all. Even when your heart pities them.
Is this grass here with us in the room?
But unlike you, I live for the self. From my perspective, individuals making choices for themselves is their birthright. The want to escape may be innate in the weak. But whether they are weak or not, it is not up to another to decide. Perhaps in your mind, you also view me as weak?
She will set the seas ablaze. Be careful.
Because I don't think so.
Since Miss Firefly has said her piece, the Astral Express will also naturally give you our answer.
Go fuck yourself. That's my answer.
We'll leave it to you. Just as Mr. McHale instructed before. Tell him our choice.
Not long ago.
What is this place?
Does this place ring any bells, Misha?
I don't know, but I feel a sense of deja vu. What is this place?
Oh, so Old Express can see him. Okay.
It's the realm within a dream bubble. This was left to the Astral Express by a nameless, but weirdly, when we entered it, it was completely empty. Dr. Edward from the Dreamscape sales store told me that dreams are formed from memories, and a dream bubble can't take shape if its core is empty. So I thought you might be able to help us in unraveling this mystery, Misha. As a hotel doorman, you know Penacony best among us.
I don't know much about dream bubbles, but if you want to figure out what this mansion is, I'll do my best.
I'm counting on you then.
Himeko, I still don't get it. Why were you so sure that Misha had a connection with this dream bubble?
You haven't been paying attention to the plot, March.
I wasn't sure. It was just a hunch. But since Misha feels familiar with this place, my hunch might be correct.
This place looks a bit familiar, yeah.
Exactly. This is where you and Firefly encountered death, which we now know as dormancy. Considering its connection to Dreamflux Reef, it's not surprising it appeared here. The question now is, who brought you here? Based on the clues we have so far, it's unlikely to be that masked fool. So identifying them is crucial to us. We're drawing closer to the truth once more. let's give Misha some time, as I believe he'll unveil the secret of this dream bubble.
All right, but there are doors all over the place. Which one should we choose? Do you have any idea, Misha?
I guess... maybe this way?
I'll trust you. Is there anything else? Anything for me to pick though? No? No? Alright, let's just follow the...
I'm not entirely sure, but... let's give it a try.
Let's follow the boy.
Wait, you managed to...
Weird. This place is quite different from the hotel. But I feel like I've been here before, and even lived here for a while. If I remember correctly, there should be a fireplace down that hallway. Clocky and I used to sit by the fire, listening to the crackling of firewood. And the room on the other side was the toy room. I loved spreading out all the toys from the box on the floor and making up stories for each of them. Hold on. This doesn't make sense. Didn't I grow up in Dreamflux Reef? So...
Didn't you?
what is this place?
This could be a case of amnesia. Don't worry, Misha. It's common for everyone to forget certain aspects of the past. Those memories haven't vanished. They're just lying in the depths of your mind. We can surely get them back. Since this place seems familiar to you, why don't we explore a few more rooms and see if you can recall anything more?
Yeah, then let's check out the rooms I just mentioned.
All right.
Mikhail, that's the name. Now we all know him as the Watchmaker. So, who is he talking to? Do you know anything about it, Misha?
I'm sorry, I don't know much about the Watchmaker. But, Mikhail...
Anything special about that name?
Mikhail is Grandpa's name.
You don't say.
Grandpa? Do you mean you're the Watchmaker's grandson?
But we haven't heard anything about the Watchmaker having descendants. And the name Mikhail is not rare. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. Could you tell us more about your grandpa, Mikhail?
Yeah, sure. He was a seafarer who fearlessly ventured into mysterious seas and storms. He was always on the sea and had lots of friends who accompanied him on his travels. He didn't want me to call him Grandpa because that would make him sound old. He believed he was still young. The name Mikhail was given to him by his parents, Mihaly and Elise, both renowned seafarers. Every time he came back, he'd share his logbook with me and tell me about his adventures at sea. I want to become a great adventurer, just like him.
It appears that the seafarer has nothing to do with the Watchmaker.
I'm not so sure.
So, perhaps it's just a coincidence? So, where is your grandpa now?
He went off on a new journey, and it's been quite a while since I last saw him. So, where has Clocky gone? Did he leave to protect Dreamville?
Oh, the voices again.
Tick-tock. I heard some noises from the room. Origami Bird? That's a friend of mine.
You and Origami Bird are friends?
Yeah. It's a member of the Compass crew, just like Clocky and Miss Mirror. And there's more than just one Origami Bird. They are a big family with lots of brothers and sisters who look the same.
Yeah, I've been finding them all over the place.
They follow Miss Mirror's orders and handle all sorts of jobs on the ship. They're the best sailors.
Sailors? Can origami birds be sailors?
Could you tell us more about the compass, Misha?
The compass is a ship bound for the new world. Clocky and his partners travel through layers of fog to the depths of the sea. Whenever there is danger, Clocky will use a compass and guide the ship in the right direction.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
That's a great story. But in the Penacony cartoon, Clocky and his partners have always lived in Dreamville and never ventured out, right?
Huh? Oh, that does seem to be the case. Weird. I clearly remember Clocky arrived in the new world in the end.
Did he?
Perhaps Clocky has a hidden past.
I think I hear the sound of water.
You once mentioned there's a magnificent fountain up ahead. Look, there it is!
Woo! Fountain.
The water resembles a precious jewel embedded in the dreams of all seafarers. Every time I gaze at the shimmering lights beneath the waves, it feels as though I'm back in this place, standing by your side.
Wait, give me a second.
Have you recalled anything, Misha?
Yeah, I saw these sentences in Grandpa's logbook. He used to say that despite the perils of the sea, whenever he stood on the deck in the afternoon, overlooking the sparkling waves, he would think of this fountain in front of his house. He often said that those moments felt like returning to his family's side, and the difficulties at sea didn't seem quite as challenging.
You know, I quite understand such sentiments.
You're talking like an elder.
I'm not an elder. I was just being a bit sentimental.
Perhaps every adventurer far from home carries a fountain within their soul. Even though the other side of the sea remains shrouded in the unknown, the fountain in front of his house serves as a compass, leading him back to his cherished ones.
Yeah, while Grandpa was at home, we would stand by the fountain and place the compass, a toy boat that I made, into the pool. Back then, I would ask him when I could go on adventures like him, and he would always laugh and say I was still too young.
It seems this Mikhail is truly a seafarer and has nothing to do with the watchmaker.
No, March, you're not seeing the big picture here.
Yeah. Based on Misha's recollections, the scenes in the dream bubble appear to be his childhood memories.
But this raises more questions. According to Misha, he was clearly born on an oceanic planet and led an ordinary life, with no connection to Penacony at all. Could this be some sort of metaphor? Perhaps the sea refers to the memory zone.
I'm sorry. I don't know, but my memories keep pouring out uncontrollably, like water flowing from a fountain.
Exactly, she didn't pay attention to the lore.
Perhaps I'll remember more things if we go further. Just share your burden.
Do you guys mind if I get some food?
We're going to the opposite side, right?
Because I'm not sure if I'll be able to stop
We should turn left here.
with enough time to get lunch. Yes, horribly, how dare you. Because yeah, I mean, like I can't exit this thing, so give me like 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna get some food and also feed Reggie so she doesn't try to eat my food. and then we'll continue. We'll continue as I eat. Yeah. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I have food. Let's continue. I have food and a cat deterrent. Did you bring enough for the rest of us? No, go get your own food.
Huh? Something feels different about this place.
This is it. I remember this corridor. Up ahead is Grandpa's study. It was in that room that I saw him the last time.
The atmosphere in this room feels totally different.
Misha! You finally come!
Huh. The voices.
Lucky, you're here! Yeah. This is the room where we first met each other.
Are those books on the bookshelf logbooks left behind by that seafarer?
You eat 3 nature baby bars and a bag of popcorn? Valid. Sometimes it just be like that.
Yeah. Whenever he came back, he placed a logbook on the bookshelf in his room. They contain records of his expeditions to every corner of the world. He described our world as a fountain. At some point, the sea started to gradually swallow up the land where people lived. To ensure that everyone had land to settle on, he had to continue exploring the sea. And search for the source of the rising seawater.
Sounds very metaphorical.
On that day, he called me to his study, telling me that he was embarking on another journey. However, I could sense the gravity in his expression. It was the same look I had seen on my father's face before his final voyage. I asked him if I could go with him, but he said that my adventure lay elsewhere and told me to stay home and patiently await a certain sound at the door.
What sound?
He told me about a vast ocean in the sky. An ocean of stars. He spoke of a train that transports children with a desire to venture far away. Traversing the sea of stars without ever stopping.
Now that sounds familiar.
He said that he knew the crew on the train, and that he had asked them to take me along. He said the journey I had always dreamed of would start there.
A train? Could it be?
It's the Astral Express. I remember now. Grandpa's friends are a group of nameless who came to this world to resolve a disaster caused by a star. Then, he gave his pocket watch to me. It was his cherished treasure, appearing in every one of his adventure tales. He explained that difficult times were ahead, but assured me that the watch would guide me. He said, as long as I kept moving forward, I'd eventually reach my desired destination. And then, it was as if I heard the distant sound of a train whistle, echoing throughout the room.
Exactly, Misha! And then we followed that whistle, didn't we?
And follow it where?
Yeah. I think I can still find the way we took back then.
Interesting.
This is the dream jigsaw, right? So we're supposed to find the exit. But where can we find the last piece?
Do you remember? You said you obtained a mysterious shard when you stumbled into this place.
Hey, the shape seems to match. So this shard is also connected to Misha?
I had completely forgotten about this.
Looks like we're just one step from revealing the truth. Let's get to the other side and investigate.
Rotate. That's all there is here, okay.
This is it. This
is my room of clocks.
You're okay?
While I spent my time waiting for Grandpa to return from his voyage, Walter gave me this workshop, and it became my secret base. Here, I learned how to repair clockwork and gears out of my fondness of precision mechanics. In my dreams, I was the captain of the compass, embarking on adventures with my companions, Clocky and Miss Mirror, in search of the new world. I was born and raised here.
So, this building in the dream bubble is your childhood home?
Yes, but not exactly. To be more precise, this dream bubble itself is my home.
Aha!
Looks like you've remembered everything now.
Wait. Why does it feel like everyone else knows something I don't?
Pay attention to the lore, March. Yeah, you're the only one still in the dark.
March, do you remember when he mentioned a clocky that only he could see?
Yeah, the little guy here, right? But we all saw him in Dreamflux Reef, right? And Mr. Yang even greeted him.
Looks like everyone on the Astral Express has a childlike spirit.
The answer lies in the Astral Express. His experience shows that neither Firefly nor Acheron can see this clocky. And when we were in Dreamflux Reef, you may have noticed that for some reason, nobody outside of the crew had ever talked with Clocky. A mimetic life that can only be seen by a select few. It's just like a hidden message left by someone for the nameless.
But Misha can see Clocky too, right? They even grew up together. But Misha hasn't started the way of the Trailblaze yet.
Or has he?
That's the key to the mystery, March. Now take a moment to recall. Have you ever seen anyone outside of the crew interact with Misha?
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
No way!
That's the answer, March 7th. This dream bubble is the place where I was born. And I'm a dweller in this dream. Just like a memory zone meme. I should have stayed here and waited for you. But when reality and memories merged, I unconsciously pushed open that door and left the bubble with Clocky.
So it's not that the Watchmaker's dream bubble is empty, but rather the stuff inside ran away? And the whistle you heard was the sound of the Express arriving at Penacony?
That's one way to see it, but I believe there's a longer story behind all this. It's best for Misha himself to explain all the details. How about we start with your name? Now, should we call you Misha, or...?
Thank you all for helping me rediscover my true self. Now, please allow me to reintroduce myself. I was born on Lushaka, in the Presmere system. Adopted by seafarers Mikhail and Char. They gave me a treasure. A name that carried their hopes. Mikhail Char Legwork. Or simply, Misha.
I knew it!
If you prefer, you can call me by a more familiar name. The Watchmaker.
Woohoo!
So, you're the Watchmaker himself?
Unfortunately, that legendary figure is no more. I'm only a reflection of his life. As for the child who has been with you, he's the innocent protagonist of Misha's childhood dream. friend of Clonky, a young apprentice, and a future mechanic on the Express. And this also marks the beginning of his journey, devoted to the Trailblaze.
At the end of the journey, I left this little flame, which I so cherished, in my deepest dreams, hoping to pass it on to the nameless of future generations. However, he somehow left the dream bubble and forgot all about his task. I apologize for all the confusion this caused.
Because he was born with a desire to trailblaze, wasn't he? I don't think Misha has forgotten his role as a guide. He remembered it, and that's why he mistakenly appeared as a hotel doorman in his dream from the very beginning. The one who brought our unconscious friend here must have been Misha. If that's the case, we encountered the Watchmaker's legacy from the beginning, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a sarcastic friend who says I always take big detours and end up back where I started. Perhaps that's what every nameless has to go through. But in the end, you found me. I'm sure you're all wondering what my legacy is. I believe my hound has mentioned the Stellaron and my wealth. If I may apologize, the Stellaron part is real. As for my wealth, however, it's nothing more than a baseless rumor. I left my homeland as a child and embarked on the journey of Trailblaze. I traveled to various planets until finally reaching Asdana, where my friends and I built the original Penacony and fought for its future ever since. I've been moving forward all my life, doing what I could to overcome the obstacles in my path. But ultimately, my journey reached its end, and I left behind no possessions worth entrusting. So, if you ask what's left within this worn-out train engine that can be called a legacy, I suppose it's the things that are still burning in the engine's furnace. Now that you're well aware of the current situation of Penacony, I certainly hope that you'll help me get this world back on track. But I'll leave that decision to you, for the path of Trailblaze is never paved by others. All I have for you is a story and 2 gifts.
Ooh!
I want to give you my pocket watch. It has accompanied me throughout my long journey, guiding that naive child forward, and has been blessed with the presence of so many great people up to this day. And my hat, too. The one who navigated for me placed it on my head and planted a fanciful thought in my mind. The trailblazing expedition will never end. Now, it's time for you to make your choice. Once you've made up your mind, open that door and enter the long dream of an old man. I'll be waiting for you at the end of this corridor of time.
Let's go!
All right, everyone. Let's make a decision. Although I don't think anyone will have any objections.
Let's go!
Of course. We've come this far. Surely there's no other option than moving forward.
In that case, it's unanimous. Then let's proceed together to the end of this stream and tell Mikhail our decision.
Oh, this is so good. Anything? Anything? No, alright, let's go. Open door.
Mikhail, where are you going?
Someone has to step up and save Lushaka. So why can't it be me, Misha?
Please don't go. And if you must, please take me with you. Don't leave me alone.
Even without me, you know how to proceed forward, brave Captain Misha. The compass is waiting for you. Haven't you always wanted to be a better adventurer than me? Now go, board that train and start your journey.
Where are you going, Mikhail?
Falcon Amundsen, navigator.
I'm going to clean the floor in the parlor car. I've promised the conductor.
Wait, first tell me, did you fix this watch?
Yeah?
I know what it looked like before. Its chain was broken, the back case torn, and the marks on the dial all worn out. How did you manage to fix it?
Well, it's hard to explain, but I knew it could be fixed. It's the hands, Mr. Amundsen. Its hands were intact and pointing in the right direction, so I knew there would be a way to fix the rest.
I see. You'll work with me from now on. Haven't you always wanted to tinker with this train? You're its mechanic now. As for the conductor, I'll do the talking.
Let's go!
But I only know how to fix watches.
Don't worry. You've got what it takes. I'll teach you what you need to know.
Where are you going, legwork? It's time to head to our next stop.
Oh, another navigator.
I'm staying in Astana with Rosalina and Tiernan.
I see. This place reminds you of home.
The people of Astana have only achieved a tiny victory and still have a long way to go towards true freedom. Hanunu needs us. Don't worry, not all journeys lead to the stars. Even if I leave the Express, our path of Trailblaze will continue.
Yeah. I knew you wouldn't stay on the Express forever. Leave in peace, my friend. And, take this with you.
Wait, I'm finishing my food. I'm done with my food. Let me drink some water.
This is Mr. Amundsen's hat. But why?
When he departed, he said he would leave it to his best student. Well, I suppose the time has come. Farewell, legwork. Take care of Tiernan and Rosalina. And don't forget to write to us.
Where are you going, watchmaker?
Micah.
Don't worry, Micah. Just going on a little trip. Someone has to be at the forefront of the interstellar frontier, and I'm the only former nameless in Penacony. So why can't it be me?
Oh, Micah, the guy. Okay, I remember.
Because you're all we have. Have you forgotten about Tiernan? The cosmos is way more dangerous now. What will happen to Penacony if we lose you too?
But what will happen to Penacony if we don't find a way out? Tiernan. How could I ever forget him? I've spent countless sleepless nights asking myself why I didn't go with him back then. We Nameless won't stop. Don't worry, Micah. It's just a matter of getting back to my old profession. Just wait for me to come back. But if, and it's a big if I don't come back in one piece, then you'll become the next watchmaker.
Ooh.
Where are you going, old man?
Oh, hey, it's Gallagher.
Oh, you're here.
Ooh, he's old now.
Answer my question. What are you up to?
Relax, Gallagher. I just came up with a great idea. Wanna hear it?
Oh, come on. Aren't all your ideas just ways to get yourself killed?
I may be blunt here, but you're the last remaining hero in Penacony. If you die too, the secret of the Stellaron will go to the grave with you.
Yes, I'm afraid there's no way out in Penacony, so I'll have to consider alternatives beyond Esdana. We'll organize a festival using the Watchmaker's legacy as a facade, and send invitations to the entire cosmos to gather people here.
So, a desperate struggle against the family?
Desperate? Don't we have you here, my friend? This task is challenging, but what hasn't been challenging for us along the way? Well, whatever you do, remember, make sure to send an invitation to the Astral Express.
Misha! Where are you going?
Oh, it's you, Clocky. Take me to Dreamflux Reef. Last night, I had a long dream about the day we met. I want to write down that dream.
Write it down? Why?
Oh, so I won't forget it. Do you remember how you got your name, Clocky?
Of course! You told me that when you were a kid, you lived in a room full of clocks. Those wall clocks and pocket watches grew up with you and were your best friends.
Yes, but what I didn't mention was there's a funny misunderstanding behind it. I was a kid, and there was always a special pocket watch in my memories. It was with my grandpa, guiding him on his sea voyages and leading the way in his every adventure story. I wanted to have a pocket watch like that too. And that's when you appeared in my dreams.
Yeah. Every night, we boarded the compass and set sail together.
But you know what? It wasn't until the day my grandpa gave it to me that I realized it wasn't a pocket watch at all.
What?
It was a compass.
Ah, of course.
So, your name should have been Compassy. And the watchmaker is just a nameless.
Oh, hey, Misha.
Arrived at Dreamflux Reef. So, where to next?
You know, Clocky, I don't think I'll be going anywhere else.
Oh, these are his final moments. All right, I see, I get it. Forced to walk. Rest under the moonlight.
I've traveled far enough, and it's time for a little break.
Oh. So, we'll set out again. When you're rested?
Yes, Clocky.
No, I'll stay here. And then, this is where it ends.
This is where it ends? What do you mean, Misha? You told me that the trailblazing expedition would never end.
Yeah, that's what I said. So now, it's up to you to decide your next destination.
My next destination? What's that supposed to be? I've been following you. Misha? You're acting weird today. If you're feeling down, we can just do what we usually do.
with the clockwork?
No, I'm not feeling down. As for clockwork, yeah, it resolves all problems in this dream. So, do you know what clockwork actually is?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, everyone gets lost at times. They may hesitate and doubt which way to go. That happens in this dreamscape and beyond. But don't worry. Everyone goes through moments of uncertainty and hesitation. Eventually, they gather the courage to make bold decisions. Whether it's calming, joyful, angry, or sad. All they need is a little nudge to take that step toward where they truly belong. I'm leaving that little nudge with you, and I hope you'll share it with others. Such is the essence of clockwork, the will of the Trailblaze. Clocky's hands spin around non-stop, indicating confusion, frustration, and weakness. But ultimately, people still need to move forward.
Just like your hands, always pointing ahead.
We get the hat!
This is where my journey ends. From now on, it is your path to walk.
Trailblazing means taking paths your predecessors forswore, and venturing even further. The Penacony in Mikhail's dreams does not belong to Order.
Let's go! Oh, that was such a great cutscene.
I can't believe that Eon would cast a glance at Penacony at a time like this. Is it because of the resonance from the legacy of the Trailblaze? Or perhaps the bond between you is so strong that it even impresses an Eon?
Well, there might be another possibility. Perhaps they want to witness, on behalf of the fallen Eons, who will hold the future of Penacony.
If that's the case, on behalf of the Dream Master of Penacony and the 107,336 members of the Oak family, I'm extending a formal invitation to all of you. I'm cordially inviting you all to the Penacony Grand Theater to participate in the upcoming Charmony Festival. And, of course, you won't be in the audience, but on center stage. Since the future of the Stellaron, Penacony, and even the entire cosmos is at stake, let's draw a conclusion there, in all fairness. If you truly believe in Akavili's path, then show me their courage and determination.
Woo! Yeah! Yeah, boy! New path, harmony unlocked. Confirm. Woo! Okay, let's trial it. I don't think I have time to continue the story, so let's just make the trial. That will give me a few days to try to build him, at least, I guess. Increases the break effect of all allies, causes additional break damage when allies attack enemies that are weakness broken. Ooh.
Please stay tuned.
Did you see that? My man! My man!
We need a strategy.
He throws the hat. He's so cool. Oh, he looks so good. Alright, basic attack, minor imaginary damage, skill, a single enemy target with 5 bounces, okay. Ultimate, grants all allies the backup dancer effect. Allies with backup dancer have their break effect increased and additional deal super break damage one time when they attack enemy targets that are weakness broken, okay. Talent, the rest regenerates energy when an enemy target's weakness is broken. Mount technique, increases all allies break effect, great.
Time to test our rapport.
In the mood for another beating?
Take your positions. Let's improvise.
Ready for another? Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
By the order of the 10, execute the Marastruck!
Let's go!
No amnesty for the Marastruck.
That's all you got?
Wait, let me see his ult.
The mood is set just right.
Look at him! Oh god!
Let the show begin.
I love him.
Stay in step.
Life's like a good brew. Full, my friends. Indulge yourselves! It ain't over.
It's time.
Take your positions. Dreams do come true.
Ooh! He got the move! He got the schmoves! I need to set his things. I need to prep his things. Tread on the path of harmony. Oh god, that was great. Oh, I love him. I love him. Oh, my boy. My boy. My boy. But yeah, this is that's all the time I have for today. Yeah, I gotta prep the pretty boy. Exactly. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better. But yeah, so let's get back here for a little bit. While I close this. That was 5 hours of lore, pretty much. That was insane. That was so much story, so much dialogue. It was crazy. I love how things are like finally coming together as well. Just a short 5-hour stream, yeah, exactly. I'll try to see I'll ask my sister, because she finished, like how much time I have after this. How much is there? How much is left? Like after this, to see whether to see if I do a double Honkai stream next week or not. Like, you know, to see whether I do like Tuesday and Thursday, or if I just leave it for Thursday. Since next weekend I have it busy, so there'll be no honkers on the weekend. So I'll ask her. See if she knows how much time is left. I would love to continue, but yeah, I'm running out of time. I need to get ready to go pick her up. But damn, I'm so happy that I got the pretty boy with the dance moves. Ah. Man, Penacony has been great. I'm gonna miss it once we're done. And I love Firefly. I can't wait until she becomes available. I should make breakfast. You should make breakfast. Yeah, go make breakfast. I'm gonna go, I don't know, lie down a little bit, and then I'll have to be on my way. So thank you so much, guys, for coming. A schedule is gonna be either later today or tomorrow, as always. But you can expect more honkers next week. And Yours Frontline and Neural Cloud. And I don't know if Sonic, as I said, I'll ask my sister first and I'll decide whether I do double Honkai stream and skip Sonic next week, or if we just stick to Sonic as usual on Tuesday. But for now, thank you so much for coming, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had fun or had a chill time. Remember to take care of yourselves, stay hydrated, stay safe. And I'll see you guys next time. So bye-bye.